He's right. What's the point of fucking resting if I'm not gonna feel rested in the morning? If I'm all gonna have all these, 뭐, 글리브에서 어떤, 수학 시간이었는데 늙은 할배가, 백인 할배였는데, 흰머리 할배가 나보고, 그거라고 불렀는데, T자로 시작하는 단어 불렀는데, 내가 오늘 오리기 그룹 프로젝트라고 있었어. 오려서 건물 세우기 그룹 프로젝트 하고 있었는데, and the group girl was saying 뭐라고 어떤 그룹에 어떤 여자애가 막 하는 여자애가 나보고 뭐라고 하는 거야. 내가 오리기를 한다고. 그랬더니 뭐라고 했는데, 오려서 건물 세우기 그룹 프로젝트 했는데 나보고 졸라 뭐라고 하는데, 내가 그리고 그 그룹 프로젝트 하는 어떤 수학 시간이었는데, 그래서 그룹 프로젝트 그래서 그 담당 선생이 백인 남자였는데, 글립에서 수학 시간이었거든. 그 백인 남자였는데 나보고 막 엄청나게 막 그 학생들 애들 다 있는 앞에서 뭐라고 하는 거야. 나보고 뭐 내가 I don't care about America 막 이런 말을 했거든. I don't care about America just for all for money. I guess most people are that way, because of capitalism and everything. 근데 나보고 막 뭐라고 하는 거야. 그 앞에서 don't trust this guy. He's a T라고 we don't negotiate with 어쩌고저쩌고 막 하는데, 나보고 그런 식으로 말을 하는 거야. 그 미친 새끼가. 어떤 새로운 선생이 갔는데, 아니다. 원래 선생이 좀 더 칠한 사람이었고, 원래 선생이 좀 더 칠하고, 좀 젊은 선생이었는데 갑자기 어떤 할배가 들어왔어. 그 수학 시간에 뭐 보충 선생님처럼 생긴 할배인가 뭐 어떤 할배가 들어와서 나보고 뭐라고 하는 거야. 그렇게 말했는데, 그리고 그 글리브에 항상 가는 곳이 있었는데, 그 글리브에 항상 그 러닝 센터가 뭔가 거기에서 항상 그 안경 쓴 여자가 있었는데, 그 사람이 뭐 LGBTQ나 뭐 반대하는 사람이었나 봐. 이거 반대하고 그 rightist였고 strong woman인가 뭔가 she was a feminist I think, but 글리브 rightist, she was a rightist and not more like a racist, just flat out uh far right racist. She was almost KKK level. She was like saying shit, calling me a L, like leftist and shit, not a L, leftist. Um, and I told her she's racist and shit like that, and we got into a little bit of fight. I went to that learning center because I wanted to learn about what courses. I forgot the last period after that incident took place about buildings and everything. I wanted to learn what courses I had. It was a 학교였는데 어떤 마지막 코스가 뭔지 알고 싶어서 거기로 러닝 센터로 갔는데 안 알려줘가지고 좀 짜증나긴 했었어. 그리고 막 이런 거 저런 거 뭐 생각이 엄청나게 나는데 머리에 엄청나게 복잡했어, 씨발. 몰라. 그래서 그 엄청나게 복잡한 생각을 했어. 그리고 그 전에는 어떤 그룹 프로젝트 전에는 어떤 단체에서 몇 명에서 뭘 하는데, 생각난 게 인도애인가 로리에서 인도애 그 걔도 생각났었고, 인도애도 생각났었고, 몰라. 엄청 복잡했어. 하여튼 생각이. 인도애랑 뭐 서울 일리미네이션 게임을 뭐 필드에 앉아서 하는데 뭐 엄청나게 복잡했다니까. 말을 할 수가 없겠어. 그냥 엄청나게 복잡해서. 일리미네이션 생각을 하는데 서로 어떤 대학을 나왔는지 막 서열 나누기인가 뭔가를 하는 거야. 근데 어떤 마지막 인도 여자애가 자기는 이제 어 자기는 이제 뭐 매드 스쿨인가 뭔가 like not med, even med. 뭐냐, med. She was like, I don't even know if there was even medical at like undergraduate's not even medical, you know. 뭔가 그런 거 비슷한 거 바이올로지 비슷한 거를 하는 거를 갔다고 막 자랑한다고 막 근데 마지막에 뽑혔다고 뭐라고 하는데 어떤 인도 여자였는데 좀 비슷하게 생긴 그 로리얼 그거 걔랑 비슷하게 그 어떤 인도 여자의 층에 로리에 갔을 때 층에 인도 여자 담당이 있었는데 그 좀 쿠시인가 뭔가 그런 여자애가 있어 그런 것도 기억나고 그런 거 여자애가 마지막으로 일리미네이션에서 마지막이었다고 마지막으로 잘 안 뽑혔다고 일리미네이션 먼저 되는 사람이 이기는 게임에서 여러 수 있어서 뭐 그런 게임도 있어 엄청나게 복잡해 머리가 여튼 엄청나게 복잡하고 I was just reading was watching YouTube before I slept yesterday. I was watching for another hour or so after I turned off the stream, and I was reading about this guy, and he was saying, "What's the point of fucking sleeping or resting if you're not gonna feel rested, right?" Luke Belmar, yeah, Luke Belmar, and I completely agree with him. What's the fucking point? Vietnam, Turkey, Swiss, Norwegian, New Zealand, Mongolia, and there's a worldwide. So you never left Indonesia before? Oh, they're together. So. Exhausting. 어쩌고저쩌고 에이시안 서밋이 뭐 어쩌고저쩌고 했는데 맞다는 걸. Luke Belmore. Listening to this dude. That's some intense eye contact and some hustler vibes. Yeah, what's the point of resting if you're not gonna feel rested, right? I think Luke Belmar didn't go to university. Yeah, how old is Luke Belmar? How old is Luke Belmar? Don't go to university. Don't get in debt. Per day. University. Did Luke Belmar go to college? E-commerce. (2020년도에) crypto assets and NFTs. Luke Belmar. E-commerce. I skipped high school, failed my classes, skipped the summer school, ended up with a 1.7 GPA. Keep this up, you'll end up in jail or jobless, Luke, my teacher said. 55 countries travel. Never listen to opinion of people you don't want to end up like. Yeah. It was this 아까 콩콩어는 막 그 수학 시간에서 it was building this weird, like, it was a group project. We were building a some sort of structure with water bottles and like rubber bands or some sticky tapes, and we were not trying to make it fall. It's just real group project. The fuck is wrong with my fucking pronunciation, man?
상품권을 찾고 계시나요?
Look like these fuckers. If you want to end up like them, go to school. Fucking go to fucking university. Get a fucking degree. Fucking bitch. Get a fucking degree, man. I'm not gonna fucking sit in the desk and tell some motherfucker telling you what to do. It's fucking bullshit. Oh, shit. I'll eat first.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. Artificial intelligence is knocking at your door. Chat GPT is right amongst us. It is scraping the internet, pulling information.
AI is right in our faces, bro. I should have gotten it when it came out. I don't know.
And making you look like an absolute buffoon. I was shredding the slopes here in Zermatt with some of my buddies, and eventually we got lost, right? We got separated on the slopes, and you get paired up with random people when you go up the gondola. I'm in a situation where, I'm paired up with this random kid, 16-year-old. He checks out my snowboarding outfit. He's like, hey, that's a dope outfit. We start chopping it up. Long story short, 16-year-old kid has a 4.1 GPA, top of his class in high school, best of the best. Worked his ass off to be in a situation where he could get a nice college scholarship, to be in a place where, he can be financially secure. Well, young man, what do you want to study? Well, I want to study engineering. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm going to be studying engineering, and when I graduate in 8 years, I'm going to be in a really good place. I'm going to be able to make ends meet. I'm going to have a really good paying job. I said, sir, let me ask you a question. In 8 years, by the time you graduate and you begin your career, will artificial intelligence replace your newfound skill set? Because when it comes to mathematics, precision, numbers, statistics, and probabilities, artificial intelligence is a lot more powerful than any human alive. You need to be building companies of the future. You need to be doing things of tomorrow, because based on Moore's law, technology is advancing extremely quickly, and it's becoming extremely cheap and cost efficient. The fact that somebody right now in Africa, in a third world country, has access to artificial intelligence to fundamentally and radically change their lives, now we've democratized access to big things. The question is, will you be consumed by artificial intelligence, live in the past, live with this bullshit idea that college and university will be worth it? Or you're going to understand where the world is going 8, 10, 15, 20 years from now, and you will position yourself accordingly. Instead of studying engineering, why don't you become a software engineer? Why don't you become a machine learning expert? You'll be in a situation where now you integrate with AI, and you still get to exercise your passion in university. So I told him, hey, bro, you should really check it, because at the end of the day, you to the university, you are a customer. You are a number. As much as they want to give you the alumni, the colors, that's all a cultish identity. That's how they charge you for a whole lot of shit. So So ladies and gentlemen, start using artificial intelligence.
You are in fucking Zermatt, Switzerland with your boys, shredding the slopes, independent, free, rich, and you didn't compromise your soul in the process. That's right. And that is why you're successful. That's right. And keeping that at the front of mind will allow me to reach another level of success. And that level of success is personal success. The Bible says it. What does a man gain if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? Yeah. You gain nothing, but it's all a video game. It's a test. It's a test, bro. So, no comparison, bro. The comparison is you yesterday. Everybody's fake. You can crack the code. What's the code? Be fucking legit. And people don't even tap into their fullest potential because they want to be somebody else. And that's why I don't fucking compare myself to anybody except the dude in the mirror. Well, I don't know about your life. Or like, I'd be delusional to compare myself to anything about you, except I know that you're a great guy. We're friends. There's so many things that are happening in the psyche, the subconscious, the family, all these things that construct the dynamic of somebody else's life. I don't want somebody else's life. I'll make my life a great life and a life to enjoy. It's like the same thing with chasing success or the next thing. People like achieve $100,000 e-commerce store, which when you started dropshipping, that was like the thing. If you could do $100,000 in a month, that was a shit. As soon as you hit it, you don't even enjoy it because you see the guy doing $1 million. Right. You had originally forgot that you were a scrub at zero, but the problem is comparison is the killer of joy. It robs you of the joy. Why? Because your energy isn't focused on you, it's focused on somebody else. That's why I love the hate. I love what people talk about because they're just giving me their energy so I can wield it and get richer. What do people say about you? People love me, bro.
I define wealth as your ability to do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. In order to do that, you need health, you need relationships. In order to move around effectively, you need money. Your finances need to be secure. Your mind needs to be in check. It doesn't matter if you're healthy physically and have a ton of money if your mind is completely fucked, right? I know a ton of, dude, look at all the celebrities, look at all the actresses and actors that kill themselves. They have money, they have fame, they have good physiques, they look nice, they have all this shit, but their mind is corrupted. So the goal to be wealthy is your mind needs to be healthy. Your body needs to be healthy. Your bank account needs to be healthy. Wealth, by definition, is abundance. So what is abundance? Making sure that everything in life is properly set up. You don't want to have an abundant bank account and an empty mind. You don't want to have a destroyed body or destroyed relationships and have $1 billion. Every billionaire that I've talked to, I think in total it's been like 6. Everybody tells me the 2 most important things in their life right now is lifespan longevity, biohacking, like how do I increase my life, and how do I spend more time with the people that I love. But they understood that in order to maximize health and relationships, they needed money. So they got the bag, but they didn't let the bag identify them. And once they got the bag, they shifted their priorities. The problem is people don't know how to reinvent themselves. I reinvented myself multiple times. People confine you to a box. First, they were like, Luke is the e-com guy. Did fucking millions and millions and millions of dollars in e-commerce. Went and did consulting. But no, he's the e-com guy. I'm whatever the fuck I want to do.
I was the IT guy.
There you go. So you're in a situation right now where people are going to always try to box you up and limit you. But if your mind can be freed, your mind can be limitless. It's limitless based off of the information that you inject into it. Information that you have, and I've said this before, has given you the life that you have. So if you want a different life, input different information.
You're a big Bitcoin guy.
Yep.
So what do you think?
I think Bitcoin is the only one that's going to last for the longevity of all of our lives. I think crypto as a whole is just dressed up to basically disperse the money from the Federal Reserve when they do monetary policy. 0% rates basically make Ponzi scheme. You can see in the market there's ICOs in 2017, there's NFTs in 2020, 2021. All this money is just printed all over. It needs places to go. People dress up all these projects as little schemes to basically funnel the money from the Fed into their pockets. Then everything blows up. Then taxes are due. Everyone goes broke, and then the whole cycle repeats again. But Bitcoin's the only one that's been, surviving since 2008, and it's still here today. It's the only one that just keeps going. Yes, there's bubbles. It's a monetary policy pumping in, pumping out, QE, QT, back and forth again and again and again. But Bitcoin always makes higher lows every single cycle.
Isn't it funny how society tends to crave, desire materialistic things like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, mansions, when some things that are free are so much better, so much more beautiful. We're out here climbing the mountain, grounding, enjoying the cold weather, and just appreciating creation itself. And if you ask me, I feel like this experience itself is way more wholesome. Stick to the important things, appreciate the small things, appreciate the free things, because perhaps they're a lot better than those created on the edge.
Many people have their parents stun them, and their growth is stunted because their parents have fear of, oh, my son or my daughter are gonna get hurt or they're gonna end up in trouble.
Or completely the other side, they just hate success. They think that all rich people are bad people, or they think that money's bad, when in reality, they're just ignorant.
Yeah.
So now I was in a situation where I realized my parents' advice with regards to how to live an ideal life was not cut out for me. Why? Not because their advice wasn't applicable, but because I did not want to live the life that they had. And the life that they had was based off of the information that they knew. And therefore, the information that they knew was filtered through, and their advice came only from the information that they have. So if their life isn't amazing, and the information that they have isn't amazing, then most likely their advice isn't amazing either. So I was like, fuck what my parents think. And I know it sounds insane. Like people go, wow, oh, look, you're disrespectful to your parents.
Yeah.
Brother, your parents will feel disrespected when you retire them to sit them in a nice little Ferrari in Monaco with the entire family gathered around the table overlooking the coast, and all your parents are happy there sipping their nice little Italian wine, seeing all the grandchildren run around. You won't hear them bitching and you won't hear them bitching and complaining at that point. But what you're gonna have to go through is a season of echo chamber of negativity. You can't do this. You shouldn't do this. You should be worried. Why? Because they've been conditioned.
This is how it's going to be in the future. You're going to come to the bank, right? Try to get your money out, right? You're like, all right, it's over. I need my money. You're going to try to get it all out, and then it's going to say, oh, no, we don't have that much. And then you're like, okay, I'll take that.
You'll take the 500, the measly 5.
And then it's going to go, oh, no, never mind. You can't get that either. And then your money is trapped.
Well, it says you can only get 250. Can you try and get 250?
There we have it.
$250. That's what UBS Bank has
Available.
It doesn't matter if you have millions of dollars in the bank right now, bro.
Yeah.
You can only withdraw $250 cash. That is the banking fraud, ladies and gentlemen. Print money out of thin air, buy all the assets, extract all the liquidity, the cash of the system, and introduce central bank digital currencies.
This is a cool currency, though.
It is pretty cool.
Look at the back. Please don't look at it. This is a nice bill. All right, let me try to get more.
Give me my Where's my money, motherfuckers?
The banks are not the safest place to leave your money. I know you're big on investing. What are your favorite places to invest? And what do you think are some of the safest investments people should be making?
So when you buy dollars or you receive dollars for your time, you are receiving an investment, right? An investment in people. The reason banks are not safe is because they don't hold on to your money. They're doing what you should be doing for yourself, which is investing and multiplying your money. So these guys, they come take your money, they fractionalize it, and then what do? They lose it all. They go on a bank run, they say, whoops, well, you're FDIC insured covered. But then you actually read what FDIC insurance is based on the faith and good credit of the United States of America. That's what your money's insured by good faith and credit. The fuck is that? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I like to build a basket of assets that keeps me well protected in times of turmoil. We can clearly tell that this is a time of turmoil.
Absolutely.
So a basket of assets that's very reliable, 1 kilo of gold, 1 kilo of silver. You're gonna have 10,000 Swiss francs because Switzerland is the banking capital of the world. You're gonna have 10,000 US dollars because the United States is the military superpower of the world. And you're gonna have 10,000 Singaporean dollars because Singaporean dollars are the least inflated currency. And they are the fintech capital of the world, and they're absolutely booming. Not only that, that's on the fiat side and on the physical side. Well, so I like to build a basket of assets that keeps me well protected in times of turmoil. We can clearly tell that this is a time of turmoil.
Absolutely.
So a basket of assets that's very reliable, 1 kilo of gold, 1 kilo of silver. You're gonna have 10,000 Swiss francs because Switzerland is the banking capital of the world. You're gonna have 10,000 US dollars because the United States is the military superpower of the world. 1 kilo of gold, 1 kilo of silver. You're gonna have 10,000 Swiss francs because Switzerland is the banking capital of the world. You're gonna have 10,000 US dollars because the United States is the military superpower of the world. And you're gonna have 10,000 Singaporean dollars because Singaporean dollars are the least inflated currency, and they're the fintech capital of the world, and they're absolutely booming. Not only that, that's on the fiat side and on the physical side, but you also want some Bitcoin. The reason you want some Bitcoin is because Bitcoin is not going anywhere. Bitcoin needs to be part of your portfolio. So have a physical piece, have some gold, have some silver, have some fiat placed in different jurisdictions, and have some Bitcoin. And I think that's a good basket of assets if World War III hits.
Don't leave it here.
Hell no, bro. These motherfuckers don't know shit. What type of clog are you going to be in the fucking machine when you grow up? From day one, you're being programmed to be a bot.
You finished school, by the way, because you're saying you.
High school, yeah. But I had bro, I failed every single. in class, bro. I hated that shit. It was so bad.
But when did you start realizing? Because first of all, I'll say, what's your opinion on the schooling system right now?
I mean, brother, you just have to look at the outcome. Like, what is the type of product that's coming out of the school system, right? What is the outcome of this machine that's coming out? That's what's coming out. So you need to look at the input of information that people are receiving, and it's not quality information. It's information that's designed to keep people employed, keep people weak, keep people stupid. That's why when you start school, what does your first grade teacher ask you? What is your dream job? Not what is your dream. Not what do you want to do in life? What do you want to achieve in life? What countries do you want to visit? No. What is your dream job?
Yeah,
What type of cog are you going to be in the fucking machine when you grow up? From day one, you're being programmed to be a bot.
Damn, I never thought about it like that. You're right.
But people don't think about it. That's the thing, is they just take, oh, well, what's your dream job? Well, I'm going to be an astronaut.
Yeah, that's like the typical thing,
Bro,
right? I'll be a
bro,
scientist.
come on.
Damn, but what age did you start realizing that? Was there like
From the beginning, dude, I saw my teacher driving with a shitty car, overweight, and I'm like, these are the people that I'm receiving my source of information from. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. All these rich people out here, what do they know?
Yeah.
True.
What do they know? How are these guys printing money out of thin air? And all these people that I know, they're telling me that they know how life works, are slaving away trying to figure out how to get by.
Yeah.
What is the disconnect? And that's the disconnect that I had to come to realize. And none of it is taught in the school system. It's left outside of it intentionally. Why? Because the less you know, well, the less you know. So you need information in order to combat ignorance. And the problem is people cannot combat ignorance because they are ignorant. So how do you get educated? You need to study what rich people and successful people study. They don't study what you studied. And the problem. Is people cannot combat ignorance because they are ignorant. So how do you get educated? You need to study what rich people and successful people study. They don't study what you study. They're not out here studying the history of civil war and who did this and who did that. No, they're studying what is applicable and evergreen. For example, finances, arithmetic, logic, grammar, persuasion, leadership, right? These are essential skills. How to dialogue with another person, how to sell your product, things that people aren't taught. Those skill sets are what people that understand how the game is played are learning.
Yeah.
So once you understand that, for example, an essentials class that they teach at these elite schools is logic. They teach you how to think.
What schools are they? Like,
Tell me a class that teaches you how to think in school that tells you, hey, this is the thinking methodology that we're going to utilize.
Yeah, there's none.
They don't even teach you how to study.
Yeah.
What is to study?
Memorize a book, yeah.
And that's all people do. People go to a stoplight. I'll give you another example. This is how automated people are, because that's what they teach people to be, is automated. Today, the stoplight was broken, and it was just frozen in red for like 5 minutes. Every other stoplight on the four-way street was going. There's 2-3 cars in front of me, and they wouldn't move.
Yeah.
If the light did not turn green, even if the other places were stopped for 5-10 minutes, they wouldn't move. I had to get out of the car and knock on the window and be like, guys, you can go. The light is broken. So people are in such automation that if they do not follow the programming or the book, their minds break because they don't think, right? So that's what the school system says.
They're slave to their own mind.
Do this or you're a failure. Do it this way or you're a failure. So people fear leaving the box. People fear being outside of the status quo or outside of what's comfortable, outside of what's normal. And it manifests in every area of life in a very simple way. Like people standing and waiting for the fucking light for 5 to 10 minutes because the light doesn't change colors. Think about how stupid you have to be.
Do you think that school systems have become soft nowadays? Because I heard somewhere, it's like nowadays, even in school systems, if you do bad or if you fail, they kind of tell you, oh, you got an award for trying or being, attending or doing something. Do you think it's too soft?
I think it's two-sided. One, I think it's this idea of pandering to the weakest link,
Yeah.
which society never panders to the weakest link. It always destroys the weakest link. So the weakest link, once it enters society, it becomes shocked at the fact that society does not accept it for its weakest form.
Yeah.
So on one side, you have the validation of the weakest individual. On the other side, you have this philosophy that doing something wrong or messing up is failure. What does it mean to fail? Right? Implying to a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old that doesn't memorize the words that you want him to memorize or her to memorize, that they're a failure, scars the
correct information, how rich people are born with better information than poor people. Do you think poor people are dumber than rich people?
They are more uneducated.
Yeah.
That's all it is. They need to make money online for help, or making people think that the only way to make money is the way that they say money's made.
Yeah.
And the problem is people buy into that, and once they retire, they realize that they were scammed because they retire and they have nothing to show for it.
That's it, they're broke. And moving on to, we were saying like how rich people, you see like a lot of these big, like crazy rich families, they always inherit what the families had and build onto it. And me and Luke were just talking.
So Steve flies me out to Singapore. Singapore's just on a different level. He's like, okay, let me take you out to this club. We start going out to this club.
Here is Luke Belmar to explain modern-day slavery with college debt. Have you ever wondered why you need to raise your hand to ask your teacher for permission to ask a question? Hopefully the question does not contradict their teachings, because then you'll be sent to the principal's office and you will be put in detention. Sounds very much like prison. Many times you want to use the restroom and they say, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll let you use the bathroom. And hopefully, fingers crossed, you're allowed to use the bathroom, but before you use the bathroom, you're given a hall pass. This hall pass gives you the allowance to walk down the corridors of your school, surrounded by concrete walls and fluorescent lights. Hopefully you have your hall pass when the hall monitor stops you, lest you break the rules. All of this is conditioning, designed to keep you a slave, designed to keep you subjugated and controlled. You may think they're small nuances, but if you think the world operates by chance and that things just happen, then you really don't understand how the game is played. When the bell goes off at recess, it very much resembles an assembly line. When the bell goes off, it's break time. But it does not only resemble the factories, it also resembles the prison industrial complex. When the bell goes off, well, that's when the inmates have access to the yard to enjoy some of the rays of the sun and hopefully some grass. All of these things are by design. When you're in primary school and middle school and high school, you are conditioned to transition these behaviors and these thoughts, and these operating systems to university, where you do not question authority. You do not question the person in charge. You're then led to the financial office to receive financial aid. But is it really aid? We understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch. So when you're pulling out these loans, subsidized and unsubsidized loans, look them up. You'll realize that in fact, you are becoming a slave. Andrew Jackson, who's on the $20 bill, famously said, when you are in debt, you become a slave. So what best time to make somebody a slave when they have no understanding of the financial system, when they have not been educated as to how the world works, and they end up in a situation where all they do is nurture their ideas from a source of authority that has been fabricated out of thin air. The Bible also says the borrower is the servant of the lender. And the people that run the financial system of the world understand that once you go from primary school to middle school to high school, you then become an autonomous individual. And the only way to keep you a slave is to keep you in debt. So this higher education for most people is in fact another level of the matrix, another level to subjugate and control every aspect of your life.
Has no money, struggling to make money, but he's having time of his life and is in a relationship, and he's also trying to pay for her. Like,
Trying to resist the slave mind and think outside the box. But the system, buddy. 일단 뭐부터 먹자. School's a scam, and it's the biggest scam on earth. The conference is inside of it. Kate was right. What's the biggest thing right now?
I was asked earlier today by somebody I was sitting with that they just recently they had a trade job. They're an electrician. Like, hey, you know what? I'm thinking about getting into the dating scene. Maybe have like $10,000 to their name, $5,000. I'm like, is that on your list of priorities? Right. So it all comes down to priorities. It's not whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's what is it that you're trying to accomplish? Like, what is your plan? Mm-hmm. Is a woman, right? As beautiful as they are, as fun as it is to have them around, is that on your list of priorities as a man? Or are there things that top that list of priorities that are more important? So for me, I've only been on one date my entire life. I've only been with one woman my entire life. And I've been with her for quite some time, but you still with her? Yes. Yes. And the reason being, and I've never shared this, and the reason being is I'm a person that's content. You know, I get DMs every single day. You know what I mean? But I don't want to entertain the divisiveness of energy. You only have X amount of time and energy in the day, right? So I want to make sure that the energy that I'm inputting is returning in some way, shape, or form. People go on dates. Okay, what do you get from it? Okay, you get some pussy. Perfect. Okay, you get some exhilarating fun. Perfect. You also ruin some people's lives in the process. But what are you getting from that? Okay, there might be some people that have different philosophies and you go pick up the shows, but people do whatever the fuck they want. I honestly don't care. But I also know the level of distraction and the amount of effort that is required to be in that scene.
Yep.
Doing those things. And to me, it's just not on my list of priorities.
It's too much energy expended.
Not whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's just on my level of priorities that is so far down the totem pole that a good thing at the wrong time can be a bad thing. It's like giving a razor to a baby.
Struggling to make money, but he's having the time of his life and he is in a relationship and he's also trying to pay for her as well, everything.
It's fucking madness.
And he's trapped,
absorbed.
Like
maybe you're in a situation where you can't handle a relationship. Maybe you're in a situation where you need to focus on yourself. Maybe you're in a situation where you need to develop. You need to become a man.
So I have a friend who's he's in a similar situation. He has no money, struggling to make money, but he's having the time of his life and he is in a relationship and he's also trying to pay for her as well, everything.
It's fucking madness.
And he's trapped,
absorbed.
Yeah, he can't. He's living with her, spending far too just way too much time with her. Any money that comes in, half of it has to go to her, and he doesn't get any time for himself to build something that's actually going to earn him money.
I think the important thing is number one, boundaries. people get into relationships and they assume that they have to be with somebody the entire day, all day long. Dude, I travel 4, 5, 6 months out of the year by myself. Doing my own thing. I don't need to be out here on a couch watching Netflix, hugging and cuddling every single day. What the fuck is that bullshit? I'm not doing that.
Because you found someone who was
Stable, brother. Because you set the parameters ahead of any sort of interaction in a relationship, setting the boundaries and letting people know, hey,
this is my life, this is what I do.
And welcome on board. And if you're not on board, like, sorry, but that's the name of the game. And that doesn't mean I need to find
It's 11-11.
girls, 10 different girls. That just means I need to understand what's my mission, what's my purpose, what's my priority, and based off of that spectrum, do, right? Like we talked about, obey that list of priorities that you're in. That's the first part. The second part is a person with a lot of money, with a lot of connections, with a lot of resources. This concept of being a playboy, this concept of going and sleeping with a ton of women or being unfaithful is popularized per se. But it's not for me. I believe in loyalty. I believe in integrity. And if trust isn't there, right? And if I can't,
what's the point?
And if I can't be in a situation whereby I can be an honest person, then how can my community expect me to be honest with them? If I can't honor the person that I sleep in bed with, how can I honor everybody? How am I going to honor my business partner? I was once sitting with a guy we went golfing. I didn't golf. I was just watching. I don't play golf. And he had just canceled a $100 million deal that he had because he found out that the guy who was going to do the deal with had cheated on his wife. And he sat there and he looked at me and I was like, dude, you canceled a $100 million deal. It's just business. He's like, it's not just business. If he cheated on the person that he sleeps with, there's a high likelihood that he'll cheat on me.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not that it's going to happen or not. It's the fact that there's character flaws that can be changed that a person needs to work on. So it's a personal taste. It's not on my list of priorities. I like to hang out with the boys. I like to do my thing. But I'm a digital stoic, brother. I got my sexual energy under control.
I think that's so important.
Yes.
I was speaking to Chris about this. Being in control of your desires, or actually choosing what it is that you want to desire. Because if you desire the wrong things, then you're naturally just always going to be unhappy until you get whatever it is that you want. I think Naval said something like that. He has a quote.
And living in the primal state, everybody wants to live in the fucking and eating state. Like those are the two most primal states that you can be in. Fucking and eating. That's what most people just do all day. And if it's not having sex, it's jerking off. Like it's the two biggest dopamine hits. There's more to life. At some point, sex gets old. No, it doesn't get old. So many conversations. But at some point, brother, like there's other things to accomplish in life. And that's kind of the things that I'm trying to pursue. So find a good relationship, find a person that allows you to live your life, that allows you to be you. Set the parameters that give freedom, but do it in a sense of respect, be loyal, have integrity, and ultimately understand where this idea of relationships or dating falls on your list of priorities. But if you're a broke motherfucker, bro, maybe you can't be chasing the women. Maybe you got to be chasing the paper, bro.
Yeah, you have to make that priority. You have to, bro. From my experience,
you have to sacrifice.
Yeah, if there's anything which I become.
About to make you ready as fuck. This video is just analogy of what the real world is. I'm gonna expose you guys to content, information that you've never been exposed to. I'm gonna expose you to principles and truth that are being kept away from you. And if you're in this journey with me, it'll change your life. A lot of you guys have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Do you understand me? Well, yeah, but my life, what if I get... You have nothing to lose. You are at the bottom of the food chain. You're at the bottom of the barrel. You are the scum of the earth, or at least you're viewed this way. So this pursuit for freedom, this pursuit for truth, this pursuit for wealth, this pursuit for success is your duty as a man. It's your
Duty as a woman. When you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, you gotta put in the fucking work. Now, the reason a lot of you guys don't like education is because of the school system. You correlate education to indoctrination and you believe that they're the same. But you know what's more beautiful? When you understand that as you become an adult, that you get to choose what information you want to consume. And because you are so dependent on the system, so blind and indoctrinated, you choose your sources of information, or you believe that you choose your sources of information, but you truly don't. You're manipulated into believing what you believe. So before we talk about money, I need to rewire your mindset. The opposite of courage is conformity. A lot of you guys are conforming to the system. You're conforming to the beliefs of your parents. You're conforming to the beliefs of the government. You're conforming to the beliefs of other individuals. The reason you go to work, well, you don't know why you go to work. You just know that you were supposed to go to work because ever since you were 6, your teachers asked you, well, what job is your dream job? Bitch, what if I don't want to work? Does that make sense? All right, let's get this shit started. Somebody said talk about crypto. I'm going to talk about crypto whenever the fuck I want to talk about crypto. You ain't ready to talk about crypto because if you wanted to talk about crypto, you'd be in this room with me making big bucks. The reason you want me to talk about crypto is because you're not prepared. But Fizz, I'm going to wake you up, motherfucker. And once you're awake, you're not going to need me to talk about crypto because you're going to be making big bucks yourself. All right. So somebody said I look like Alex Becker. All right, sounds good. Let's move this. Let's move on to this video. And we're going to start dissecting this video little by little. I've made tens of millions of dollars off of this device right here. This little device right here. By the way, guys, if you don't have on your iPhone or on your Android some sort of privacy security on your cameras, and you're using your face scanner and shit, you need to understand that all that information, all that privacy is being leaked. So don't be a moron. Anyways, I love this video. Obviously, it's a video none of you guys have ever watched. I'm gonna put you guys onto some real content, some real top stuff. All right, let's get it.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever, and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your life."
Guys, have you ever seen people like Democrats and Republicans? Okay? Keep that in mind. Keep that shit in mind. Try to.
Lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men. Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free.
Free.
No more will you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other.
No longer a slave? I'm a free man? They told me I'm
"In
free.
fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish."
You're free, but be careful. You're free, but be careful.
"Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation."
Guys, why would Biden do anything bad? He's a public servant. He's a public servant. He's not your master. He's a public servant. He's a man of the people. He sniffs little kids, but no, but that doesn't matter. He's a Catholic. He's a good old man. Bro, I read these comments on Twitter. This shit's amazing. Get ready, boys. I'm gonna wake you the fuck up.
In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy...
Guys,
Together. We're in this together. Tell me what the motto of we're in this together over the last 2 years. That mob
Again, I
mentality
present you
bullshit.
this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag.
Oh my goodness. Oh, beautiful, bro. This shit's amazing.
In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new Free Jones Plantation.
Freedom.
He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. And this shall be our motto, Mr. Smith announced. We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Hey, don't forget, it's Super Bowl Sunday. It's your day off, all right? Go watch the game. Go watch the pigskin get tossed. Oh, go to Black Friday. Go trample each other over some TVs. But be back tomorrow for work, bitch. Be back to work tomorrow because you're a free man. Be back to work tomorrow because you're a free man. No, you're not a free man. You're a slave, and they're trying to keep you down.
Early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men. Finding Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
We all want this plantation to do well, Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourself,
Just because you're free doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing slave shit. Come on.
I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants,
There's gotta be rules.
won't produce anything.
Somebody's gotta enforce the rules.
We'll all stop. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job.
Looks familiar, huh? Well, maybe we put these guys in 4 years, 6 years, 8 years of indoctrination and make them believe that they're the protectors of the country. Guys, by the way, spam one if this is valuable to you, if this is kind of unplugging your head a little bit. We're starting from zero, and I'm taking you guys all the way to the fucking top. Before we continue watching this, I want you guys to put a social experiment out. The social experiment is the following. Figure out in your day-to-day how many people are trying to impose their will on your life. Every single person is trying to impose their will. No, walk this direction. No, walk this direction. No, walk this direction. No, do this. No, you can't say this. No, do that. Oh, you gotta come here. Bro, everything. Even basic shit like a security guard. The security guard tells you, no, you can't walk this direction. You say, I'm walking in this direction. They will be flabbergasted and shocked and in complete, utter disbelief that somebody questioned them because they are almighty and all-powerful. Even grocery store employees, but people want to impose their will upon your life.
Yep.
Impose your will. And most people are just bitches. They're cowards. They don't have any courage. They don't have a spine. And I understand why most of you guys are not courageous. I understand why most of you guys don't have what it takes because you don't have the resources. But Capital Club is going to provide that for you. Don't get it fucking twisted. We're going to the top. So let's continue this shit.
To make sure that the rules are followed and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men.
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. I have an unpleasant duty to do today, he said. Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit.
No shit.
That is against the rule.
Entrepreneurs?
Stealing. For that, Charles must be punished. 2 men tied Charles to the whipping post. I take no joy in this, Mr. Smith continued, but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail and we will all suffer. The whip cracked against Charles' back. But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy.
Who dictates the rules of the common good? Who dictates the rules of the common good? It ain't you. Had you not seen it on the news, your life would have been the same it was 4 years ago. Had you not seen it on the news, right? You wouldn't be worried about Putin invading some country. You wouldn't be worried about that shit. You wouldn't. But you're worried about that shit because that's the shit that you consume. Who chooses the common good? It ain't you. Once we get done waking you guys up, we're going to transition. We're going to start talking about crypto. We're going to start talking about how to make some money.
Treaty. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so.
Titles.
You
Fake titles, baby.
Plantation, Samuel? Well, no.
Have you ever been in politics? What the fuck do you know about politics and managing people? How do you know what we need to do? That's what they'll tell you. That's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you you're not qualified, stay in your lane, you're a peasant, and you continue in that avenue because you believe it. There's no difference between you and them, except the information that they have and the information that you have, the information that they believe and the information that you believe. Zero difference.
He answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not...
I want you to look up. I'm gonna put a pause on this shit, bro. I'm gonna put a pause on the show. We're gonna watch another one. In 2001, something happened. 2 Jenga buildings fell. 2 Jenga buildings fell in 2001. Another little building fell right next to it, Tower 7. We all know this. And what did our great old president at the moment pledge? He pledged a war on terror. A war on terror. That's what he pledged. A war on terror. A war against an enemy that you'd never seen, you'd never heard of, but you were angry about. You couldn't believe that they would do such a thing. Clowns, absolutely asleep. A war on terror. What the fuck is terror? Who defines terror? Go look up a video right now. I'm gonna play that. Go look up a video of George Bush being like, now I pledge war on terror. Now let me show you how I swing my fucking golf club. And he goes and swings that shit. It's fucking nuts, bro.
If not for Mr. Jones' protection.
What was it for us?
Making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all. No cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed
Satisfied. Voice your opinions. Fill out petitions. If you have any problems, go out on the streets and picket and riot. These guys are looking at you, sipping their fucking whiskey from their ivory towers. Okay. Sounds good. Keep talking. Yes. We're going. Nothing changes. It's all an illusion. It's all a dream. It's all a lie. And when you understand it, you're going to get unplugged from the system
and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special...
Oh, you got it. Guys, we're going to have every 3 months a special meeting where you're going to get to choose whether you want this guy or this guy. But I'm going to select whether we give you this guy or this guy. Oh, but you, the people, you have the freedom of choice. You have the freedom to decide. It's all an illusion. It's all garbage. They're both wings of the same fucking bird.
Special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you...
Send this link to somebody.
You will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased.
Woo! Yeah, the slaves celebrate. The slaves are out here celebrating. They're celebrating. Look at them. Look at them. Unbelievable. Slaves celebrating. Democracy doesn't work. Democracy isn't real because people are idiots.
Things are being managed. You now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
I get to choose. I get to choose what I want in life. But you know what? At the end of the day, you got to go back and pick the cotton because you're a fucking slave. You have to go clock into your 9 to 5. You have to wake up like a bitch. Your vote now matters. Every vote counts. Every single one of them. They all count. We count them all. We count all of them. I swear, I promise. I promise you, on God. We count every single one of them. There's no fallacy. There's no human error. There's no bias. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair, they tell you.
Days passed, months passed, a year passed,
And nothing
continued to operate as
changed.
before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto. We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones.
Every day, waking up like drones.
Prosperity.
Every day, waking up like drones. Every single day, waking up like drones, pledging allegiance, chanting the same thing that every other person chants. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. And this isn't a thing about countries, this isn't a thing, it's understanding that these are man-made systems controlled by individuals or a group of people designed to keep you poor. It's the name of the game. Welcome.
Liberty and justice for all. One day, Mr. Smith announced, Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin.
You gotta speak your mind, but you're capped at 120 seconds, and then we ain't gonna do shit about what you said, because your opinion doesn't really matter.
Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. I was
You
excited.
know why Samuel's scared in this video? Because he's a peasant. He's a slave. If he had an army behind him and he was wealthy as fuck, do you think he'd be imposing his opinion the same way he's imposing it now? No, because he's a bitch.
Excited when all this started, he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves. There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the...
Guys, nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. Do you understand that? Nothing has changed. We get worse and worse and worse and worse. Worse. Trillions of dollars printed out of thin air. Trillions of dollars printed out of thin air. And you're not mad about it when you spend, and your parents and your grandparents have spent their entire life, all of it, their entire life for fake money. Paper that is printed from where? From where? Do you know? No, you don't? Slave, I'm gonna teach you where. I'm gonna wake you guys up. Let's get ready for this shit.
all of the work, and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cottonwood.
What happens if the government imposes 80% tax on you? What are you going to do, you little pussy? What power do you hold? Oh, but our government officials are going to elect us to win and do this. Bro, New York has 50% tax. 50% tax. And these clowns are still living there. Still living there. Drones. NPC characters. Can you imagine working from January, February, March, April, May, June, compressing all that time in your life, that entire span of your life? You need to kill this fucking fly, it's annoying me. That entire span of your life, compressing that, right? Compressing that shit. I'm gonna kill it. What if I catch that fly? That shit would be crazy. Yeah, I'd be straight up Neo. 50%. For what? Potholes, lack of safety, fucked up society, screwed up ecosystem, gross environments, all that shit. Every single one of it. 50%. Can you imagine being indoctrinated to give 50% of your money away to an organization that you know nothing about? That's why I live in Puerto Rico, so I pay 0% tax.
재벌이나 정치하는 사람 아니면 다 노예야. 다 노예야. 어차피 다 노예야.
Actually, I know how this game is fucking played. And I play it the right way. I play it the legal way. I'm a top boss. I'm a big boss. Let's play this shit.
He got that from PUBG.
We pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves.
Wait, how old is
They
this
leave us just
guy?
enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed.
You know what they realized about slavery, guys? Chat, you know what they realized? They realized that it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't sustainable to beat people. It wasn't, you needed to keep your slaves alive for optimal production and for optimal performance. So what did they say? Let's print out this dollar, this fake money. Let's control it. Guys, you don't even know the history of the currency that you use. Do you understand that? Do you understand that you're going to work to get something that you know nothing about? And it doesn't seem to bother you. It doesn't seem that you care enough to realize that this shit is designed to keep you a slave. Oh, but I have a house and I have a car. Do you understand that you don't even own your house? That the government could take it away today? That you have the right of use on the house, the right to use the house, but the house does not belong to you. Chat, I need some activity on this shit. Come on, let's run this bitch.
They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all
Your time is up. Your time is up. You can't wake people up. Your time is up. Shut the fuck up. Sit down.
they call it sharing?
Take from the red.
They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all
Your time is up. Your time is up. You can't wake people up. Your time is up. Shut the fuck up. Sit down.
they call it sharing?
Take from the rich. That's what they tell you. Take from the rich. And they ain't taking shit from the rich, bro. Do you know how many pages there are in the tax code? It's like 70,000 pages in the tax code, of which you know zero. Zero. All of them full of loopholes. All of them full of secrets. Understanding how to move your money. Do you think Bezos operates with the same level of intelligence and knowledge that you do? Everybody says, I want to be a billionaire. Everybody says, I'm going to be a billionaire. Bro, you don't even know what it fucking takes to be a billionaire. Do you understand that? You do not understand the information, the things that you must do in order to become a billionaire. You're not going to become a billionaire. You read a book every fucking 5 years and it doesn't bother you. But the ones that are here, they understand something. Let's play this shit.
What you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all your time is up, Samuel? Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, two supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell and Samuel.
When you talk about truth, you know what they say? They say you're being negative, you're being pessimistic, you're holding people down. That's what they tell you. When you talk about truth, and the truth isn't always pretty, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't address it. They'll call you negative, they'll call you a liar, they'll call you a pessimist. So why are you focused on the wrong things, bro?
It's all fucked up.
We'll let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty. For the better.
You know what? Look.
Animals, each doing whatever he pleases.
Listen to what he attributes the characteristic of an animal.
Well, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases.
Each behaving like a wild animal, doing as he pleases. The correlation of freedom is correlated with you being a savage. Do you understand?
We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And
Whose plan? It ain't your plan. You're following along. And if you do not lead, you follow.
Who do not must be punished. The whip fell again and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous.
The arrangement. There is no such thing as an arrangement. You've been told what to do from the moment you were born. You've complied from the moment you were born. You've never questioned it. That's why you're broke. That's why you're fat. That's why you're in a disgusting state of mind. That's why you're depressed. If they had all the answers, why isn't your life so great? My life is amazing. I'm sitting on tens of millions of dollars. I have a beautiful family. I look good as fuck. I'm healthy. My spiritual life is on fire. Why? Because I listened to nothing that they said. Nothing.
At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to?
If everybody's doing it, well, what makes you think that you're special? Everybody's on the plane and they take it off in order to sip a little bit of water and then put it back on. But you state that it's weird as fuck that you could take it off to sip a little bit of water and eat and then put it back on because it makes no logical sense whatsoever to any person that has two brain cells. And the moment you question, you're not trying to keep us safe. You're trying to hold us down. You're trying to keep us down. You are the problem. That's what they tell you. You are the problem.
You think you're about, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us.
Rebellion.
They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed, to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve.
And the moral of the story is that you do not choose the rules of the game. The rules of the game are perpetrated on you, they're imposed on you, and they are there to deceive you into believing that you have freedom of choice, freedom of will, and freedom to decide the outcome of your life. Initially, you don't. And the reason you don't understand this is because you've been born into it. You don't know anything different. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to fucking Capital Club. I'm here to unplug you. I'm not the only one, but I'm in communication with the rest. A revolution is upon us, time is near, and this is just the beginning of the journey. If you cannot become rich of the mind, which is what I'm training you to be, to question why you do what you do. Guys, do you think it's fucking normal to sit, guys, do you think it's fucking normal to sit down on your couch after waking up at 7 in the morning, commuting for 2 hours, working a 9 to 5 under fucking fluorescent lights typing shit on an Excel sheet, getting back, commuting another 2 hours, sitting at home with fucking Taco Bell genetically modified food, watching Netflix for 2 hours, going to sleep with a bitch that doesn't want to fuck you because you're ugly as fuck, waking up and doing the same exact thing for 40 fucking years. Is that the life that you want? Well, that's the life that you chose. So if you want a different life, you must make different choices. Welcome to Capital Club, bitch. Alrighty. This. You know what is fucking incredible? The fact that I have played. You know what is fucking incredible? The fact that I have played 1,000 little robots running around the internet, doing whatever the fuck I want when I tell them to do it, and they never question me, and never get tired, and you're not using them, you're out here working. And anybody can hate on it, and they can say whatever they want, but if the internet did not exist, we would go back to the fucking Stone Age. You know what is fucking incredible? The fact that I have played 1,000 little robots running around the internet, doing whatever the fuck I want when I tell them to do it, and they never question me, and never get tired, and you're not using.
영어를 배우는 목적이 다양하게 있겠지만 결국에는 내가 말하고자 하는 방.
What are some of the bigger events from history that you would keep focal in your mind?
이번에는 진짜 쉽게 보내. 쉽게 좀 보내려고. 쉽게 필요해. 그 보내줘.
유채야.
보내줘. 지금 뭘 갈 거니까. 테니스화 구하러 갈 거니까 보내줘. 테니스화 지금 사러 갈 거니까 비용 보내달라고.
얼마인지도 모르는데 어떻게 비용을 줘?
영수증 줄 테니.
있는 돈으로 먼저 계산하고 영수증 보내.
없다고 지금 식비에 써야 됐었잖아.
아니 그러니까 엄마가 바로 주니까 상관없잖아.
아니 그러니까 지금 저녁에가 지금 갈 거니까 달라고. 지금 갈 거니까 모레 갈 거니까 그거를.
아니 어떤 걸 사는지 모르는데 엄마가 지금 얼마를 주냐고 너한테.
그러니까 영수증을 준다니까 나중에.
그래 영수증 줘. 그러면 엄마가 바로.
그러니까 지금 달라고. 식비 때문에 없으니까.
영수증을 줘야 엄마가 줄 거 아니야.
그러니까 있어야 줄 거 아니야. 그러니까 식비 때문에 없다고 지금. 달라고 그러니까.
너 얼마 전에 엄마가 돈 가불해서 줬잖아.
식비에 써야 되잖아. 또.
엄마가 바로 줄 거잖아.
지금 저녁이잖아 거기.
근데
그러니까 지금 갈 거라고 지금 열려 있을 때 엔터시트.
지금 가 기다릴 테니까.
그 저녁이라고 거기.
그래 저녁이야 기다릴 테니까 가라고 지금.
가봤자 또 그거 안 받는 거 아니야 거기?
너 그 식비가 오늘 당장 필요한 거 아니잖아.
필요해.
아 내일 아침에 줘도 되잖아 엄마가.
그럼 못 가잖아 지금 열려 있을 때.
아니 네가 돈이 한 푼도 없어 지금?
어.
너 얼마 전에 엄마가 가불해줬는데 그 돈을 다 썼어 한 달치를?
한 달치 아니야. 반이었어.
5일치. 그거를 벌써 다 쓰면 어떡해?
벌써가 아니라 식비를 써야 되잖아. 먹어야 될 거 아니야.
아니 그러니까 조절해서 써야 되는데 엄마가 15일치를 줬는데 아직 일주일이나 남았잖아.
조절이 아니라 그 전부터 필요했고 하루에 10,000원 조금 넘는 그런 10,000원 좀 넣잖아. 하루에 삼시세끼인데 부족하잖아.
너 저기 전기세 엄마가 많이 나온다고 얘기했는데 이번 달에도 엄청 많이 나왔던데.
뭘 많이 나와. 거의 안 쓰는데.
신경 써야 돼 유재야. 너 5평짜리 집에 15만 원씩 전기료가 나오는 게 말이 돼?
거의 안 나와. 뭘 더 나와. 저번 달은 몇만 원 나왔고 지금 몇만 원 나왔는데.
저번 달에 15만 원 정도 나왔고 이번 달에 13만 원 넘게 나왔어. 다른
추워 여기 엄청.
정도 나온대.
히터 같은 게 없다고. 여기 히터 같은 게 없어가지고 추워. 밑에 그것밖에 없고 히터 같은 그런 게 없어. 여기 하나도 에어컨밖에 없고 히터가 없어. 겨울인데.
아니 바닥이 난방이 되잖아 유재야.
그거랑 다르다고.
한국은 히터를 안 써. 바닥 난방으로 한다고.
잭슨 지금 가야 되니까 보내줘.
가서 영수증 보내.
가서 또 연락 안 되는 거 아니야?
연락 안 돼도 네 가지고 있는 돈으로
없다고!
내일 아침에 주면 되잖아.
없다고 아무것도.
가는데 얼마나 걸려 시간?
몰라. 다 준비해서 가려면 1시간쯤 후에 도착하겠지. 신발 다 신어보고 가려면. 너무 답답해. 여기 너무 좁아가지고.
그거 네가 원해서 간 거잖아.
됐고 지금 가면 지금 갈 테니까 지금 보내줘. 영수증 그거 준 다음에 줄 때 그거 그만치 그럼 빼고 주면 되잖아. 그거
얼마를 보내줘?
10만 원 내외겠지.
그래 알았어 10만 원 보내줄게.
답답해. 지금 가자. 왜 안 보내줬어? 안 보여. 왜 안 보내줘? 왜 안 보내주냐고.
엄마 아래층 내려가야 돼.
보내줘 지금.
너 1시간 걸린다면 준비하는데 그 안에만 보내주면 될 거 아니야.
지금 보내줘.
1시간 안에 보내줄게. 보내고 문자 알림 갈 거 아니야 보내면.
지금 보내줘 출발하게.
알았어.
너 해라. 멘토식스 갈 거야. 모든 게 가짜야. 가짜야, 걔. 가짜, 가짜 약에. 효과도 없는 가짜 약에. 가짜야, 씨발. 이제서 당신 말이 신뢰가 못 떨어지는 거 알겠어요? 자사의 가짜 약에. Fake doctor. Who's pub? 유튜브. 붙이면 악질 유튜버. 친구들이 정신병동. 붙일 한 악질 유튜버. 악질 유튜버. Red. She red. Green. Red or red. Green. Yeah. It's just numbers, bro. 체질. 그냥 확실히 좀.
Today, 1913, the introduction of the Federal Reserve. 1913, the introduction of the Federal Reserve cast a dark shadow over humanity that caused us to become fiat slaves. Let me explain. In the 16th century, the feudal ages, when feudal lords used to own land,
It's just a slave of mine. Think outside the box. Fucking slaves. Body. You have to save the system body.
and then you used to own their little kind of kingdoms. The peasants would come and they would work on the land in exchange for what? Food, safety, security, and a place to live. But the peasants only worked 150 days out of the year. The rest of the year they had free. They kind of did whatever they wanted. They didn't work during the winter. So why is it that all these free people are working 300 days out of the year and have nothing to show for it except the exact same things that the slaves, or the peasants back in the day had to show for it, which was food, maybe a little bit of security, maybe not if you're in London, right? And home that you don't even own. So when I
뭐냐?
뭐냐?
뭐냐가 뭐냐 엄마한테
뭐냐고 그러니까.
시스템 정기 점검이라 은행 업무를 못 봐 지금.
얼마나 걸려?
거기 엄마가 보냈어.
뭐?
엄마가 보냈다고 사진.
그러니까 얼마나 걸리냐고.
거기 써 있어. 확인해봐.
5시간이 걸리는 거야? 시발.
시발이 뭐냐 시발이. 아 이거 지금 아닌가 봐. 예고인가 봐.
아니 보내달라니까 그러니까.
왜 화를 내? 엄마 착각할 수도 있지.
보내라고. 애미애미 지랄하는 지가 학대한 건 다 까먹게 만들려고 콩알 주면서.
tell people, hey, you're a peasant. They're like, I'm not a peasant. Okay, you're worse than a peasant. You're a fiat slave because you're working and running around in that rat race that was constructed, right, to keep you subjugated and controlled. Because the people, well, whether it's the bankers or the people that kind of control the narrative, and it's not just one individual, it's thousands and thousands and thousands of people and lineages and dynasties and that understand how to control individuals, realize that it's a lot better and easier to have a slave work for you under the premise that they're free and that they're working for themselves than to whip them into submission. Because it's not ROI positive to whip your slave into submission, to demoralize him, to make him weak. No. You want the cow to produce a lot of milk, so you got to keep pumping it. And people realized very later on in kind of reality that this system was kind of fucking you up. And you had the introduction in 2009 of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is kind of that first competition of sound money that we've had since 1913. And that would be probably in the last 100 years the two catalyst points that I think people should be focusing on, because people wake up and they want to work for money. But then you ask them, what is money? And they don't know how to define what is money. Who makes it? Who prints it? Who allows there to be $6 trillion printed into circulation? So under the premise, I'm going to be generous that, let's say minimum wage is $15. We'll put that at a US minimum wage. You know, the government of the United States printed $6.
Oh, shit. Slave. 봤다니까요.
$1 trillion. Divide $6 trillion into hourly wage. You're talking about over $400 billion hours of unaccounted labor. So you have this energy and this labor that's supposed to be input, right, into the system in order to receive money. But what happens if you input fake money? There's no work that validates it. So you have the actual work become diluted. That's why all these individuals are out here, which is really funny, working, and they can't seem to progress. And it's because the fiat system that was cast upon them was designed by nature to keep them as a slave. I think if people begin to study the banking system, which is breaking in real time, and begin to understand that there's other monetary tools that can be utilized to enable your ability to preserve your purchasing power and preserve your work energy, it's a good thing. I'll give you the example in a way that the audience can understand. So let's say you were doing consulting back in the day and you got a $10,000 paycheck. If you spent that $10,000 the same day that you made it, it would have been worth a lot more than it was worth today. But the thing is, it's not that the money's worth more, it's that the labor, right, is worth less. So the labor is correlated to your purchasing power, not to the dollar amount. So that $10,000 in 2010 today is $7,000. And it's only been a decade. So where's it headed? Do you think it's only stopping? Do you think they're not going to print any more money? The Federal Reserve is one of the biggest scams perpetrated on humanity, and that takes you down the rabbit hole. It's a great starting point.
Do you think it's intentional? Or
Fucking slave. 이게 노예제도랑 뭐가 달라, 씨발. We're being enslaved, man.
Well, I think it's going to make me happy. So you don't want money. What you want is happiness. No, well, I want money. Are you correlating money and happiness all in one conglomerate? Well, okay, Johnny. Well, what is money? Well, I don't know what money is. Perfect. So if you don't know what it is, you don't know how much of it that you want, you don't really truly understand it, how are you supposed to get it? Oh, well, maybe you're going to teach me about money. That's not how it works. What I'm going to teach you about is about goals. Now, in life, you don't need 100 goals. A lot of people are like, they have goals, right? They have goals. But in order to have goals, you need to become an autonomous individual. You cannot conform. And the opposite of courage, because courage is what is required to excel in life. Write that down. Courage is what is required to excel in life. The opposite of courage isn't cowardice. The opposite of courage is conformity. Conforming to the 99%. That is.
그러니까 다른 사람이 하지 않는 대로, 다른 환자들이 하지 않는 모든 거에서 작은 사소한 하나로 영상 보는 것부터 영상 만드는 것까지 돈 대신 만드는 거, 병원 가도 환자처럼 내 생각을 자유롭게 얘기할 수 있는 거. 내가 돼야 돼. 왜 싸우냐? Go now. Let's charge a little bit more than that.
The problem is you conform what to the status quo. Most individuals in life, they conform to the status quo.
Don't ever be upset about it. We're gonna receive our fair check and then we're gonna leave. 몇 천만 원 말고 내가 3억 정도.
The status quo is to
예, 5억 정도.
be poor. The status quo is to be fat. The status quo is to be sad. The status quo is to be depressed. The status quo is to be a feminist. The status quo is to hate men. The status quo is to hate women. The status quo is to be a hoe. The status quo is to be an absolute peasant. Right? But that is the name of the game. The name of the game is you need to have goals in life. Now, it's very simple once you understand this principle. And the reason I know that this works is because I did it myself. A couple years ago, I said I want to make $1 million. This was, I think, in 2016. No, 2015. I said I want to make $1 million. My goal wasn't just to make $1 million, but was to figure out, first of all, what money was and what was the easiest way for me to make $1 million. I had to find and understand money. Before you select a goal, you must understand the ins and outs of every single goal, right? Of what you want to accomplish. Do you want a fit body? Perfect. You must study and understand what is required in order to have a fit body. People are like, I want to make $1 million, but then you don't stick to your goal. And now your goal, a master, right? Working a 9 to 5, somebody that feeds you for your time. We're going to talk about time. I'm going to teach you guys how to measure money. Write that down, Anthony. Teach in order to make money. What are the things that every brick that you lay will eventually turn into a big picture? When you zoom out, the question is, do you have the blueprint of what you want to build? If the answer is no, then why the fuck are you building? Why the fuck are you building? Well, the reason you're building, right, is because you want to accomplish a goal, but most people build with no purpose. You would never build a house without a blueprint.
쓰레기고. 화장할 수 있어. 화장. 지들 먹는 거 아니기 때문에, 지들이 먹는 게 아니기 때문에 화장할 수 있어. 화장할 수 있어서 지들. 또 뭐냐? 아, 또 그거. Remember recording my dream. Yeah. 실질적으로 말해서 정부의 재벌도 의외로 되지 않을 거야. 재벌들 의외로 되지 않을 거야. 재벌들 의외로 절대 되지 않을 거야. 노예나 재벌들 노예가 되지 않을 거야. 노예. 이라고 했지. 재벌들 노예. In Africa and fucking Thailand, I don't give a fuck about money. Nah, they're just gonna sit on the beach. Nah, okay. Nah. And we're gonna head out. What percent? 53%. We're gonna head out to 엔터식스. 너 노예라고 했지. 아이고 노예. 아 노예. 플러스. 차트. 차트.
The gap between the very richest and the rest of us is getting big.
Why? A common belief is that it's good for us all if a small group of people earn an enormous amount of money. The theory is that their wealth trickles down to the rest of us. But this is a myth. In reality, money is sucked up from all of us into the pockets of a very small group of people.
That's why rich countries get richer and poor countries get poorer.
Has always flourished when the working class are subjugated and they are enslaved, and that's how you build societies. Unfortunately, societies are built on the back of slaves, and today we just have modern day slaves.
Once you learn that these companies just don't have your best interest in mind when they're propagandizing you with just marketing ads, but commercials, ads on Facebook. I mean, those are not there to make your life better, even though that's the feeling you're supposed to get. So potentially from the ad.
Can I tell you something crazy? Yeah. So I went to
I found this Luke Belmore dude when I searched for Andrew Tate. He popped up in my algorithm, bro.
So I go to Michael Phelps' Instagram, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, there's something super crazy. What the fuck is Michael Phelps doing doing a paid partnership with who?
No way. Pfizer?
With Pfizer. So here you have Michael Phelps saying, I'm doing a paid partnership with Pfizer. It says ad, #ad. And what does he categorize himself with? It wasn't until recently that I learned my struggle with depression. How many people have depression, right? So it's a big blanket statement. The next character, right? Who's this chick?
The Lindsay Vaughn lady?
No, look at the.
Oh, Pink?
Yeah, so you have Pink. And once again, who's the paid partnership?
I mean, they're getting ads.
Pfizer. And what does she say? She says, unfortunately, I was unaware of this for the first time when I got COVID-19. What was she unaware? That she had asthma her entire life. People have asthma, right? So it takes all these different people to promote different kind of macro scenarios.
It's like my medic desire.
And it's like, what the fuck, dude? If this was such a crisis, why are you running ads? It makes no sense. People should be running to the stores if people were dying and falling dead right next to you. And it's kind of like
America, isn't it?
It's a tricky situation, brother.
Pharmaceutical ads.
Yes, America's really, really, really bad. I think about 60 to 70% of people in the United States have mental illnesses. 500 years ago, it was sub 10%.
This is like, I believe this is ridiculous. It's like my medic desire. Like, humans are mimicking creatures. If I see someone do something I think is cool, subconsciously I'll start like doing that same thing. Whether it's the way they move their body, the way they said something, tonality. Like, that's how we learn as kids. We're just copying our parents' movements. So that theory makes a lot of sense. And so if you guys don't see this stuff, you don't understand what we're talking about because you haven't studied psychology, you haven't studied human behavior. You're all on TikTok, you're all distracted all the time. And I think that is the best skill you have.
The reason you are on TikTok is because somebody understands the psychology of a 13-year-old. And TikTok is designed to keep every decision. When you scroll to refresh, and you slide your thumb down and it does the refresh, it's supposed to mimic when you pull the roulette, right? And
Oh, what the fuck?
Is this the Matrix method? No, what do you mean? Stop! What do you mean? Stop! It's real!
Has always flourished when the working class are subjugated and they are enslaved. And a lot of technocrats, right, or heads of these big companies that don't necessarily 100% fuck with the other companies, or they want to be the top dog. So you have a lot of rivalries, and I understand the capitalistic side of it, but we also have to be able to address the other side of it.
Okay, this is where Great segment for what we talked about. So one, social skills, I think it's going to be the most important thing because everyone's diminishing that. If you study psychology, study persuasion, study how to how people work, make people feel good when they interact with you, that's going to be very valuable when AI is doing all the crafts, all the hard skills. But let's assume that AI is doing all these blue collar, white collar, doctors, lawyers, everything. They can diagnose you to the T, no debate. We all understand they're better. So in our society right now, a lot of money is made in inefficiencies in markets based on these skills, and the reason a lot of people are incentivized to pursue these things is so they can make money, and money gives them status. Okay? So let's say we're on a universal basic income. AI is doing everything. We're all paid $4,000 a month. How do we gain status?
So status, I think it's an important one. I think status is earned by doing things that most people can't do.
Okay.
Right. So if you look at, for example, Michael Phelps, he's used on the ad of Pfizer. Why? Because he's a person of influence. Why is he a person
that's swimming?
Exactly. So he has 25 plus gold medals, right? So he's a person of influence.
But what drives you to be that good of a swimmer if there's no money, monetary gain?
I think
solely status.
I mean,
admiration.
I mean, that's the assumption that everybody does stuff for money. Like if you look at these guys that are paragliding for Red Bull, making $3,000 a month,
yeah,
just like going crazy through like they're doing it out of straight passion. So I think there can be a utopian scenario where it becomes like a renaissance and we become an artistic culture, or it can become a dystopian scenario where we're literally just running on universal basic income. We are monitored and controlled like cattle, and we go into a pretty nefarious future. It all comes down to us, right? And that's the reality of the situation. There's players on both ends. There's bad players, but then there's also good players. And good and evil is also, once again, an iffy scenario, because what may be evil to one person may be phenomenal for another guy, right? So a person that comes from a country or background where globalization is normal, right? The entire World Economic Forum, Davos agenda that's taking place is okay. It's normal. It makes sense to them. But if you come, let's say, from the United States and you're like, I'm a freedom dude, I like slinging my guns, right? I like shooting in the range, I like going hunting, I like fishing, I do whatever. Yeah, fuck globalization, right? So I understand that perspective as well. So this good and evil is also a spectrum of perception. And I think we also need to be careful with that. I think we need to have these conversations, and these platforms need to enable these conversations in a way that is healthy, right? Because if you don't do it, people will dissent, because people are not stupid. And I think people are waking up to a lot of the realities of how the world works. And I think we need to do a better job at disseminating this information in a way that is unbiased. And we do that by looking at things from multiple perspectives and not holding on to your perspective as the ultimate truth.
Oh, important.
Yeah.
So I was talking to this with Arlen Moore on Twitter last night, and there's like two routes you could go. I feel like we could either the metaverse happens, we're in VR worlds where we can achieve status in this digital world, and our everyday life is everyone lives in like pods. It's the same. All your essentials are taken care of. Or we go to the artistic. Everyone's just doing it for the purpose of the craft. But even then, how many people could be? There's still these. That's still like now it's 0.0001% of every.
Yes, now, but that's based off of how people are raised in culture. But that's based off of how people are raised in culture. If you actually think about it, if you look at the American school system, right, it's based on the Persian school system to develop what? Soldiers and workers. So if you look at how the school system is in the United States, dude, right now, Google some videos on, just put high school cafeteria. It looks like a prison.
100%.
It looks like a prison. You're under fluorescent lights, you're concrete walls. The fuck you doing in a concrete wall? Why are they sticking that outside?
Cost budget, like.
But it's not about that. It's about conditioning, right? It's about conditioning, because there's somebody that's dictating the books that are being.
I want to make this clear. The person you're talking about is the top of the top of the top person. Every other person, like people in the organization, people in the district board, people in the state, they probably have good intentions, and they're just doing what they think.
They're doing what they're told, and that's how most people operate, right? If I talk to a ton of people, a lot of the reasons they do what they do is because there's repercussions in their real life if they don't abide.
Yeah.
So,
and they're self-interested.
And that's where I think entrepreneurship is important. That's my philosophy on entrepreneurship is a lifestyle of freedom, right? And you don't have to be out here making 50 grand, 100 grand a month, $1 million a month to live the life of an entrepreneur. But fuck you, I want to do something and I can't do it because you're going to fire me, right? Because that's not freedom.
I can never.
Exactly. But most people have fear. And the fear is built up in the system, right? Where is it built up? The fear of failure. As soon as you're a kid, you're not encouraged to fail.
Yeah.
You're reprimanded. You get an F. Imagine calling a child a failure. It makes no sense. It's absolutely ridiculous. So every time in their life, they're conditioned that if they don't listen and obey the rules, they're failures. So what happens if they're about to break out of the mold and go work their own company, build their, dude, the pressure is massive, but that's all conditioning. But imagine the school system was now based on like a Renaissance artistic self-development, pursue your highest potential kind of Greek ecosystem. Now you're conditioning society to operate that way. But you know, there's his name was Yuri. I can't pronounce his last name, but he was a former Russian spy. And he talks about, you know, how Russia infiltrated the American school system and the university system, and that it only takes 15 years to recondition a population, right? So you also have to understand that there's that there's other people and with other agendas in other countries or in your own country that are working really hard and are extremely powerful to see their narrative come through. And there's a lot of butting of heads, and that's kind of why we see all these clashes in the world take place. It's a big ego battle for power and dominion over humanity. That's the truth.
Okay, one last thing on the skills. If social skills are a thing, my favorite thing about you has always been how articulate you are, how excited I am when I listen to you, and your body language and everything. How conscious has that been? How strategic has that been? Where do you think that has been developed from?
So I've actually been doing like I started with doing Instagram lives. I would do like 4-hour Instagram lives with like 20 people watching me, and we would talk about like the stuff that I talk about today. Right? I've been talking about this stuff since 2019, 2020, and I think it's just practice. That's the first thing. The second.
Were you social in high school? Like, were you like?
No,
generally,
I only had like 2 or 3 friends. Like I kind of did my own thing. I played mostly sports. I went outside. I did kind of like my thing with my brothers. That was pretty much it. Like I wasn't very much, you know, I'm not a party guy. I'm kind of do my own thing. And that was kind of like the entire scenario. But I think in some way, shape or form, that was beneficial because you don't have certain levels of distractions that allow you to kind of level up. And that level up is what allows to develop skills like oration or thinking. Because thinking itself is a skill. So a lot of people are on autopilot and they don't use their thinking. They have the most powerful processor, right, available to them, and they're not using them. Mm-hmm. I still believe 100% the human mind is a lot more powerful than any sort of AI, because you can not only tap into what is this physical realm and your consciousness, but you can tap into ethereal realms, and you can tap into different realities, and you can tap into different frequencies. And I think that is also extremely important, because you're in a situation now where people are running autopilot. And I think if you can develop those skills like thinking, oration, they're going to come from constant repetition, which is extremely important, training, and exposing yourself.
저는 이제 언론에 관해서는 예전에 저도 이제 언론 개혁 필요하다는 거 많이 하고, 제가 100번 토론 진행자 할 때 언론 개혁을 시리즈로 했어요. 근데 이제 결론은 소용없다, 안 된다. 거기에 에너지를 쓰지 않는 게 좋겠다. 왜 그러냐 하면 지금 우리의 민간 언론, 공영방송 제외하고요, 민간 자본, 그러니까 주식회사 형태로 조직되어 있는 언론, 사적 소유 형태의 공적 서비스를 제공하는 산업이잖아요, 언론이. 공적인 역할로 우리가 헌법에서부터 다 인정을 해주는데, 소유 형태는 사적 소유예요. 이윤 추구가 목적이 돼 있고, 그 자체가 하나의 이익 집단이에요. 저 회사를 소유한 사람들과 거기에서 밥을 먹고 사는 사람들이 자기들을 위해서 운영하는 기업이. 뉴미디어로 우리가 해나갈 수 있기 때문에 이제는 그런 그 올드 미디어에 매달려가지고 공정선거를 촉구하면서 애걸복걸하고 호소하고 피켓팅하고. 이런 헛짓거리를 좀 그만하자.
우물 안에 개구리야. 우물 안에 개구리일 뿐이야. 나갔다 오자. 가지를. 가짜일 뿐이야. I'm gonna leave, bro. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Temperature outside.
It's 40 degrees outside.
696969, by the way. Hey Siri. Temperature outside in degrees.
It's 40 degrees outside.
I'm back. I got this. 이거 씻는데 그 안양 센트럴 거기에서 안 팔아가지고 괜히 개고생했거든. 거기까지 가가지고 아주 개고생을 한다. 쉽게 살 수 있는 거를 아주 개고생을 했네. 그거 하나 사느라고. 찢어져가지고 바지가 찢어져가지고 입는 게 진짜 입는데 개고생했네. 이거 바지가 찢어져가지고 입는데 씨. 바지가 씨발 찢어져가지고 아이고야 개고생했다. 이거 하나 사느라고 아주 개고생을 하는구나 오늘. 테니스 하나 사느라고 이 개고생이 뭔 고생이야 이게. 나중에 절대 안 이럴 거야. 씨발 거기 안양 센트럴센까지 가가지고 안 팔아가지고 개고생했다. 거기까지 가면 씨발 개고생을 했다 아주. 갔는데 안 파는 거야. 그래가지고 씨발 씨발 딴 데까지 가가지고 테니스 힘들게 살았네. 감정노동. 안해. 절대 그런 거는 보면 안 돼. 절대. 왜 이래. 뭐 어쨌든 사왔고 이거 사왔고 멋지네. 멋진 게 아니라 사위는 한번 신어보자. 다시 한번. 오케이. 이거 하나 사느라 진짜 개 고생을 했다. 게임코어 2M 이거 하나 사러 가느라 아주 개 고생을 하는구나. 개 고생을 해. 씨. 밖에서 신어보고 나와야겠다. 이거 근데 테니스 코트 밖에서 신으면 안 좋을 것 같은데. 이제 샀으니까 이게 달라고 하자. Look, I'm telling you. Yes, sir. It's like, I don't know. I know I'm not on camera. I'm just checking if it works. Just checking if it works. Yeah. 씨발. 씨발. 오케이. 힘들어. 씨발. 씨발. 왜 이렇게 힘드냐. GDP 액수가 크게 좀 35위 된다. 난 거짓말하지. 파인애플이나 좀 먹을까? 힘들어. 아이고야, 힘들다. Gotta show this to them. 여기까지 가가지고 사왔다. 아주 개 고생을 해서 사왔네. 여기까지 안녕 엠퍼식스에서 안 팔아가지고 걸어갔어. 씨발, 게다가 분명히 버스 탈 수 있었는데 아이고 되게 고생을 한다. 버스 무슨 앱 쓰냐? 정근이한테 물어보자. 버스 뭔 앱 쓰냐고. 오케이. 피곤해 죽겠다. 좀 쉬자 일단. Let's listen to the Balfour. Fucking Belmore or whatever. 아디다스 했지. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 개고생했네. 개고생했어. 음, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stop trying to hustle, man. Stop trying to be a slave or hustle. That's never good. You're 동참하는 거밖에 안 돼. 가담하는 거밖에 안 돼. slave이잖아. Stop trying to be a slave, bro. Don't ever become a slave, bro, of the system. 개고생했다 오늘. 저거 사느라 아주. 저거 사느라 아주 개고생을 했어. 까지 갔다 오느라. 어디다가 놨냐? 저다가 놨지. 이거는 찍어서 이따가 보여줘야 되고, 김밥 먹은 건 상관없고, 김밥 먹은 것도 몇 가지 갔다가 저거 샀어. 오케이, 몰라. 찍어서 이따가 나중에 보여줄게. 미리 찍어놓을까? 12%. 어디 갔어? Why is there? What happened to the fucking? What happened to the fucking Don't. 해추가. 어디 갔어? I gotta take a shit, bro. 개 고생했네, 씨. 개 고생했네, 씨발. Oration is important. Oration. 나 진짜. Oh, man. Where is the fucking Oh shit. 똥마려 죽겠는데 진짜. The fuck am I gonna? Yo, I need to change. I don't want to wear this fucking pants again. I wore this and I got literally fucking I don't know. 찢어졌어. 씨발 신발 그거 테스팅 신을 때도 그 신발 신을 때도 씨발 쪽팔려. 바지가 찢어져가지고 씨발 쪽팔리더라고. 씨발. 똥 마려운데 씨발 어디 갔어? 이게 없네. 나 씨발 똥 마려. 씨발 왜 이렇게 똥 마려워 죽겠는데 나. 모르겠다. 알았어. 제일 싸가지 없는 환자로 기억할 것 같아. 나 싸가지 없는 환자로 기억할 것 같아. Yo, I don't think I should keep I don't think I should ever keep like pants that are ripped and shit like that. I think I should throw away pants that are ripped and stuff like that, because there's no use in keeping them. Like, what the fuck is the point of wearing a pants that's already ripped? You know, that's like fucking ripped. And it's just embarrassing, you know. I'll take a shower and then I'll listen to some. Or I'll get out after I take a shower. Let me eat first. I'll throw away some useless pants that are like fucking ripped and stuff like that. I gotta throw away clothes I can't wear anymore. Or have fun like ripping it apart, but I don't ever need it again. I don't want to ever wear it again. Like, it's so embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing, man. Just throw it away, rip it apart, bro. I can't even donate that clothes. The clothes that I previously had, I could donate because they were like fucking. I could donate that because they were like clothes that I could actually fucking do stuff with, but I don't know. I made $43 something on a thrift shop, selling unused clothes and shit like that. Back in Ottawa. I don't know. Fucking you know, when the market gets oversaturated, it is very hard, but not impossible. Yo, 이거 오늘 입느라 진짜 개고생했어. 이 옷 하나 때문에. 씨발 다 찢어진 거 보이지? Oh, should I throw away ripped pants? Should I throw away? 찢어진 청바지는 버리는 게 맞나? 모르겠어. 일단 샤워는 해야 되고 다시는 이거 입기 싫어. 불편했어 너무. 찢어진 청바지. 찢어진 청바지는 버리는 게 맞나? 버리나? 그러니까 가랑이가 찢어진 게 저걸로 한. 안 그래. 악질. 악질. 아, 씨발. 버리자. 나 더 이상 입기 싫어. 아, 이거 괜히 샀어. 좋은 재질 청바지긴 한데, 아메리칸 입은, 괜찮은 재질이긴 한데, 버리는 게 맞는 거 같아. 왜 이래? 과감하게 버려. 어차피 장롱에 썩는다. 금만이도 받을 것 같으면 번개 장터에서 팔고 아니면 갖다 버린. 너 숙주한테 좀 그런 공기한 걸려 바닥 화장실 바닥 감슴 짜고 버림. 와 개웃기네. 개웃기네. 아 뭔가 더러운데. 씨발 찢어볼까? 안 그래도 찢어보고 싶었는데 씨발 이렇게 돼가지고 너무 큰 구멍이 뚫려가지고 읽기가 너무 곤란해졌어. 한번 찢어볼까? 시원하게 한번 찢어볼까? 이 돈 아끼고 빅스코인 샀으면 나 지금 부자였을 텐데. 찢어졌다 바지가. 개웃겨. 야 이렇게 됐어. 다시는 못 입을 것 같아. Dude, look what happened, bro. I bought this way back. It's an American Eagle. I don't know, bro. Fucking hell. I can't wear it now. wait. 나머지도 찢어보고 싶은데. I can't. Oh my god. Ow. I really want to rip this too. 가위로 한 다 찢어보고 싶어. 그냥 가위로 한 찢어보는 재미를 느끼고 싶어. 안 그래도 버릴 건데 가위로 한번 찢어보고 버리지. 왜 이래 씨. 왜 이러냐. 한번 찢어. No, fucking. Look what happened, bro. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. It's a mess. How easy is it to rip apart a fucking clothes? Holy shit. It is very easy. I want to know like how it's made, you know, how this is made. And it's a cloth after all. How hard can it be? Look at the materials inside. It's a good learning experience to see how cloth is made. If I'm gonna throw it away anyway, might as well learn how it's made. Right. Fuck. Nothing. Can these work? Can these be ripped apart? How easily can it be ripped apart? It's very easily rippable. Very easily rippable. Bro. Shit, man. Shit. Shit, man. Holy shit, man. Fuck. I want to see how these pockets work. Never ripped apart a pants before. It feels like criminal to do this, but at the same time, it feels kind of good because I'm never gonna wear it again, bro. It's very Stretchy material. I don't know what this material is. Very stretchy. Very stretchy material, actually. I don't know. You want to see how the insides are made? Yo, how is denim made? What is denim made of? Denim. Shang, Shiba. Ah, dude. Oh, bro. It's all trash anyway, you see? Nothing has intrinsic value, bro. In the end, it's all just trash like this. I'll throw it away. I don't think there's anything left that I checked, right? Nothing in the pockets. Yeah, like nothing. I can't bring this back. Ever. Let's eat some pineapple. Pineapple. I gotta take a shower and then fucking clean everything up. You know, it's the next step and everything. 악질이죠. 악질이죠. 부채시한 악질이죠. 부채질한 부채질한다 뭔 뜻이지? 부채질하나? 부채질. 악질. 악질. 더러워. 더럽게. Oh, by the way, in the mall, I saw this 학생 with their mom. 고등학생 with their mom. With her mom. This 학생 wearing school uniform. It's kind of cute, not gonna lie, but I don't know. 부채질한 악질 유튜브. 악질 유튜브. 부채질 악질 유튜브. 내가 바로 부채질 안 했지. 곧 나갈 거야. 물 좀 사야 돼가지고. 하고 나갈까? 아니면 그냥 나갈까? 하고 나가는 게 낫겠지? 아우, 씨발. 괜히 갔어, 밖에. 아, 씨발. 세뇌당하고, 씨발, 몰까지 가가지고. 아우, 노예들한테 세뇌당하고 왔네. 아우, 힘들어. 노예들한테 세뇌당하고 왔어. 쓰레기를 왜 사? Minimalism is very good. I'm trying to buy shit. Fucking idiots. Try to sell shit, right? Minimalism is always good. Belmont. Everything is a Ponzi. 다 가짜야, 다 가짜. It's all fake, bro. Everything's a fake. Be a bit toxic, alright? Same.
Scenarios that are going to push you to grow. It's like snowboarding, dude. It's like literally the same thing. You have to get yourself beat up on the slopes. You can't fake it. You know, it's one of those things that you can't fake certain skills. They come with practice, repetition, and people aren't willing to commit to one thing and see it through. Like,
work on it and become really, really good. So people gotta stick to some lane. And like you said, bro, AI is one of those lanes that you better get on.
I think for me, I remember The Great Gatsby, and he was like down bad when he started, but then he like consciously studied how to talk, how to like phrase things, how to actually persuade people. And for me in high school, just seeing that he had to consciously try to become better and to learn that thing, he like it sounds so dumb, but like flip the switch in my mind, like I should be.
Oh, pickle it! Fuck that. Yo, everything's a fake. Stop getting attached to stuff, alright? Stop getting attached to fucking material shits, bro. Stop getting attached to material shits, bro. They can never, ever satisfy you. Ever. Material shit, nah, bro. Go for experience, bro. Never consume that crap. I don't consume that garbage. YouTube. I have a YouTube channel, bro. Do you? Bro, How do I get detached from this materialistic mindset? I don't know. How do I know how to detach, bro. You gotta learn how to detach, right? It's all fake. Stop getting attached to fucking materials, bro. Yes, earn money. You gotta. You don't print money. You don't earn. You don't fucking make money. It's not a fucking. You don't make money. You take money, man. You don't make money, right? It's not some fucking not some fucking magical thing, bro, that appears out of nowhere. You gotta take it, man. You're not the Federal Reserve, right? Gotta understand capitalism down to its core, right? You gotta understand it. Learn it, bro. Shit, toxic. You gotta be toxic. Learn to be toxic, bro. Learn to be toxic, bro. Fuck off, then. Fuck off, then. Fuck off. Fuck off, then. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fair day money for a fair day's pay. Say fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Then. What? What else is there? Stop learning to become a. You're being part of the system. If you're supporting that system and you're fucking validating that system by taking part in it. 좋은 게 아니야. 절대 좋은 게 아니야.
I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck? 전쟁 일어나고 소수되고 제로. 출발점이 0이야. 출발점이 달라 이러면 된다. 너무 달라. It's boring, bro. Matrix scan, bro. Matrix scan. Everything's a fake, bro. Nothing in this world is real, bro. It's all a scam. 금을 금을 나눠주는 게 아니잖아요. 금을 나눠주는 게 아니잖아. 씨발. It's all a scam, bro. It's all a scam. Oh.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Well, listen to this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I care a lot about what this guy has to say. This Luke Belmar dude.
There we go.
Luke Belmar, Matrix Decoded. Modern day slavery. Not even real. These oh.
A little stream difficulty. But it's all good. Nothing can hold us down, nothing can keep us down. I'm your host, Luke Belmar. And today, we're going to talk about what is real. Where are you tuning in from? Let me know. We're going to get started here in just a second. Make sure you let your friends and family know the revolution has begun. Time to make some money. Time to level up. Time to become better. It is only a matter of time. Destined for greatness. Destined for glory.
Crack the YouTube algorithm. Please help me crack the. I'll fucking crack this shit. I'll fucking crack.
Destined for your fullest potential. The question is, will you unlock it? It's up to you today. You get in life, you put in. We all know that. The question is, what are you putting out? What are you putting into the universe? What are you going to demand from the universe? What are you going to extract from the very core of this universe and will it into existence? Or will you just cower to the pressure, to the circumstances of this world? I'm your host, Luke Belmar, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to have a good session. Will you embrace it? Will you become a champion? Will you win? Or will you be crushed and subjugated like the peasants? Pen and paper, ladies and gentlemen. I have no time to waste. There's zero time to waste. There's money to be made, moves to be made, and a world to conquer. The question is, will you be a spectator on the stage of history? Or will you become a victor? Will you become a victor? Will you transcend the average man? Will you transcend the average woman? Will you become who you were meant to be? Continue unplugging you from the matrix. Continue unplugging you from the system. Health, wealth, and happiness. Wherever you are around the world, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you, I commend you. You're amongst the villages, you're amongst the few. The revolution has begun. You feel it. I feel it. Today we're going to be talking about the philosophy of the Matrix. It was long before the Matrix movies. It was brought to us by Plato. Plato spoke about this. Today I'm going to break it down. I'm going to dissect it for you. The life that you have is the life that you chose. So choose wisely the next day, and the next day, and the next day, so that the future is the future that you chose. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys are doing well. That's the introduction. Capital Club, guys, going to be launching here very soon. I'm excited and delighted to bring that to you guys. And we are going to have a phenomenal stream today. When you show up, when you decide that the life that you want to live is worth living, that you're going to take it by the balls, by the horns, you're going to become a victor and not a victim. That you're going to excel where people are weak, where you will become strong, where people fail. It's up to you. It is your choice. Somebody said, get on with it. Ban that kid that said, get on with it. Tell him to fuck off. Get on with whatever I want to say, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. We're going to first start talking about, I speak with a lot of people, and the first thing that people mention to me is, what do you think my family will say? What do you think my friends will say when I begin to think these crazy things, right? When I begin to exit my comfort zone, people are going to ask you these things, right? And people are going to demand things from you. People are going to demand things from you that they're
Trying to resist the slave mind and think outside the box. Outside the box. He says that can't be done. What are you up to? Been up to escape the system, buddy. Been up to escape the system, buddy. To escape the system, buddy. To escape the system, buddy. Up to escape the system, buddy. Trying to resist the slave mind, think outside the box. And up to escape the system, buddy.
From the Matrix. People are going to demand things from you that are designed to keep you weak. They're going to ask you to go party. They're going to ask you to go bullshit.
Yep.
This is broke people mentality. Real winners, real victors stand true to their principles and elevate through trial and tribulation. As I mentioned before, there are a few levels to the Matrix. Most people never exit the first level. The first level is a financial level. It's understanding that the instruments of the world are designed by design to keep you subjugated, stupid, and distracted. Many years ago, Plato had an analogy about a man in a cave. And this man in the cave, in essence, had the same Matrix-like experience that we all went through, right? Which is this understanding that something is fundamentally wrong with the system. We don't.
그러니까 내가 그 페이스 하나 때문에 그 머리까지 가야 되는 이유가 뭐야? 씨발. 개고생하면서. 씨발 그것도 버스 타면 됐었는데 씨발 그거 까먹어가지고 아우 씨. 처음 까먹어가지고 개고생하네. 샤워 물도 사와야 돼, 씨.
What it is, but we feel the turmoil internally. We understand that many times it's very difficult to stand alone, to stand apart, to do what is right, to do what you know deep down you've been called to do. But as we continue to develop, as we continue to grow, as we continue to elevate, things become clear to us. Things become
truth. So today we're going to be reacting to a couple of videos. I want to break them down in real time. The first one is Plato's Cave. Plato's Cave. And this is the idea of living in an illusion. Way before the Matrix came out, way before all these philosophies came out or have been exposed to you young guys, these philosophies have been exposed and have been taught. For many centuries. They're not new trains of thoughts, they're not new belief systems. They've been around for a long time. So today, let's go ahead and cover that. It's going to be a great session, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to start with the cave. The cave, ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine prisoners that have spent their entire lives chained.
Have their legs and necks chained so that they cannot move and can only see before them. They see only the
full of freedom and are the same way. They must not be real. But people have something that's called
there's 150 guys, men, not women, that run the world. There's really intelligent people that orchestrate and manage the world. And if you don't think that's the case, then the chances are you're at the bottom of the totem. They're in your regular brick and mortar business. Is now the largest landowner, private landowner in America. He owns the most amount of farmland in all of America. You're pillaging kids and destroying villages and killing women. This is a savage, dude. You don't think they're gonna cheat for trillions of dollars in control of the supply chain of the world? You're sadly mistaken. A video game, let's say Grand Theft Auto, it's in a sandbox. You can't leave certain parameters. Yeah, you can go out and swim, but eventually, like, you can't go anymore. Whether you take psychedelics or you experience it through lucid dreaming at night, you understand that there's other out there that you can't explore.
And that's actually something I want to talk to you about, because a lot of times I tend to think that a lot of these things that happen that are that seem so evil and planned, right? For all we know, they might be. On the other hand, what do you say to just straight up human stupidity, right? Like, we have been pretty dumb in the past. I mean, back in the 1300s, people thought things that now we would look at as just so dumb, right? But they just didn't know. So what do you think that plays, like, is that a factor in a lot of the things that we see today?
Of course it is. There's obviously that happens, right? Mm-hmm. But I have this saying that says there's no difference between mismanagement and scams. The result is the same, right? So it doesn't matter what your intention is, right? How is the road to hell paved with good intentions? So people will tell you, oh, I have good intentions, oh, I care. But at the end of the day, it's all about results. Results, the impact of your life is what matters. And I think people play the one side of like, oops. Yeah. Oops, I just lit up this train on fire and just oops. It doesn't matter, right? The consequences are what matters. And I think that regardless of whether it's mismanagement or regardless of whether it's stupidity or fraud or scamming, the outcome is what matters.
Oh, shut up. 아, 피곤해. 뭘 필요해.
And unfortunately, the outcome tends to be quite similar when people mismanage for whatever reason or become careless. And there's definitely a part to it, but on the other side is understanding that there's really intelligent people that orchestrate and manage the world. And if you don't think that's the case, then the chances are you're at the bottom of the totem. because I know I'm not at the top of the totem pole. I'm middle of the totem pole, so I know where I can see higher up on the totem pole than you. But at the same time, I can see down where you are. So I'm in a place where like I can see both sides. When you have people with power, and power transcends money, it transcends followers. It's your ability to control, right? Supply chains, politicians, the narrative, whatever it may be. Control, power comes with control. There's a few players in the game that run it all. Chamath, and you've probably heard of Chamath. He's a multi-billionaire who talks about investing a lot. The SPAC guy, yeah. The SPAC guy, early Bitcoin dude, he talks about there's 150 guys, men, not women, that run the world. They're not in the fintech space. They're not in the tech space. They're in your regular brick and mortar business. They're the cement guys. They're the guys that are the ones that do all the underground water systems for entire cities. The guys that run the sewage. All this that is infrastructure necessary to sustain a society and a civilization. Those are the people that run the game. I'll give you another example. You look at Bill, right? Our good friend Bill from Microsoft. Bill is now the largest private landowner in America. He owns the most amount of farmland in all America. He's the number one guy. Why? Well, scenario, right? I know this sounds crazy, but it's not. Once you start having conversations with people at these levels and how they think, these guys are thinking about colonization and conquest, and they don't give a f. They're hard, cold killers. They're cold-blooded murderers, and these are in it to take it all. And if you don't think there's enough cases in history to prove me right, then you're a dumb Genghis Khan. Alexander. Look at all these conquerors. Everybody's praising Genghis Khan for being a crazy Khan. The was out here pillaging and raping kids and destroying villages and killing women.
English is my second language. I know the grammar and lots of words, but every day...
This was a savage, dude. He was a disgusting savage. So these are the people that control society because they're the ones that are willing to do the most to get to the top. Whereby you and me potentially wouldn't be willing to compromise our morality or sacrifice some crazy random shit on an altar in order to make $1 million, but another person would. And if people are willing to cheat in a Monopoly game for a $2 bill that's fake, you don't think they're going to cheat for trillions of dollars in control of the supply chain of the world? You're sadly mistaken. If people cheat on a board game, if people cheat on Uno, they're going to cheat at the highest levels.
Bro, can I tell you a quote
100% the name of the game.
that I recently heard that because there's a theme that we've been seeing in this conversation is that the small scale stuff applies at a high level. I heard this quote recently. It was, humans build empires to escape the fact that we're mortal and that we'll die. Is this not how do we stop this cycle, bro? Because like we were saying earlier,
it's my understanding that goes back to the premise. It's all about worldview, right? So if you understand that the worldview is a created world, you understand that you're playing within a matrix or a sandbox. The sandbox has rules, whether they're natural rules of the universe, you're still bound by them. I like it, right? Because we talk about a video game, let's say Grand Theft Auto, and it's in a sandbox. You can't leave certain parameters. Yeah, you can go out and swim, but eventually, you can't go anymore. Whether it's because you sink, you lose air, you don't want to continue swimming, you don't have time, your game's whatever the reason is, you live in a sandbox. Just like the real world. Where the f you gonna go, bro? You're stuck. You're stuck inside a sandbox, regardless of how big the sandbox is. You're inside of a sandbox. Within that, you also have the concept of if you have kind of a creationist worldview, this idea of a creator. So if you have a creator, now you have a creation. So you have the creation, which is in this case us, or the people or the environment that inherits kind of those attributes. But if you understand that this is merely a system or a stepping stone to something else, then you don't really give a f about what takes place in this world or what you gain from it or what you have. So you can transcend your mortal flesh or this suit that you're wearing and understand that you're not the suit that you're wearing, that the suit is merely a representation of who you are. And it's a vehicle by which you can operate in this three-dimensional realm, right? This is how you operate. You operate in the three-dimensional realm through this body, through your processors, through your eyes, through receiving information, breaking it down. But you're not bound by them. And whether you take psychedelics or you experience it through lucid dreaming at night, you understand that there's others out there that you can't explain.
We went quite viral recently on TikTok for videos about BlackRock. What is BlackRock and how do they own everything?
Yeah, so BlackRock is an organization, it's a company publicly listed on NASDAQ that has tens of trillions of dollars of assets under management. They disclose that they have like 14 trillion, but that is only BlackRock. Then they own majority share in most of the companies in America, right? So they also have money and funneled through all those things as well. So what companies? They own Pfizer, they own Moderna, they own all the airlines, they own all the social networks. So when you see all this stuff, all this agenda, kind of everybody working together, then you have to realize who actually owns it. This isn't a conspiracy. You go to Yahoo Finance, you go to top holders of all these shareholding companies, and you see BlackRock and Vanguard at the top. So you go to Amazon, for example, you go to Yahoo Finance, you go to Amazon, you go to the ticker of the stock, you go to top holders, and you realize.
This is so true. The rich all work all together, and poor fight against each other.
Guys, I'm at the Enter 6 Mall. Yeah. I'm so tired. I cannot find anything, bro. Like, I was trying to search for the tennis shoe, but I couldn't find it. Like, all the fucking elevators are blocked. Like, I can't even get down, bro. Like, what's the point of even?
I'm getting reported. 1인치는 개뿔 1인치. 국민들 하나도 안 쳐다보는 거. 하나도 안 쳐다봐가지고. 하나도 안 쳐다봐가지고. 하나도 안 쳐다봐가지고. 쓰레기야. 야, 씨발아. 쓰레기 아니야. 알겠다고. 그러면서 눈 거의 전공 예전에 세워서 쇼하는 거 아니야? thumbs up. Is it how to be the control? I want to work with Elon Musk, bro.
Even the richest, most successful person in the world have something that they lack. Your goal is to position yourself in that situation to supply that need and come in as what? That irreplaceable, most experienced, in-demand person, not just to make money, but to capture the opportunity. Even the richest, most successful person in the world have something that they lack. Money.
Elon Musk. Oh. Love the part where he says he worked with Elon Musk. Elon Musk violated.
You went to college? No. Briefly dropped out. If you're not doing anything, you're just playing Fortnite all day, being a lazy piece of shit, they're gonna start questioning, well, what is this person doing with their life? How can you teach me something when you've never freaking done it before? But now you're deathbed dude. Nobody's gonna do that. It's just you yourself figuring out, did I live a successful life? Did I do what I said I was going to do? Do you think university is a scam? My belief is that most
parents only, even if they don't know how to communicate it, they truly love their kids and they want the best for their kids, right?
But just because they want what's best for them, they don't know what is best, right? Just because somebody loves you doesn't necessarily mean they know what's best for you. And what I always tell people is with your parents, people that have invested their life force energy into nurturing and raising you, especially if they love you. If they don't love you and they treat you like shit, fuck them. That's my point of view. Mm-hmm. But if they've actually empowered you, they've worked hard to help you elevate, they want to see what's best for you, prove them wrong, right? If they don't want to see you elevate, prove them wrong with your action.
Fuck them if they don't care about you.
Somebody loves you doesn't necessarily mean they know what's best for you. And what I always tell people is with your parents, people that have invested their life force energy into nurturing and raising you, especially if they love you. If they don't love you and they treat you like shit, fuck them. That's my point of view. Mm-hmm. But if they've actually empowered you, they've worked hard to help you elevate, they want to see what's best for you, prove them wrong, right? If they don't want to see you elevate, prove them wrong with your actions. Your parents aren't going to be upset if they see you waking up early, if they see you pursuing your dreams, if they see you being productive. If you're not doing anything, you're just playing Fortnite all day, being a lazy piece of shit, they're going to start questioning, well, what is this person doing with their life? And rightfully so. But I think when parents also understand, and a lot of them do, that you're actually being productive and you're putting forth a plan towards success, a lot of them will support it.
Yeah, because ultimately they just want you to be happy, and they'll feel it and they'll see it if you're happy in whatever you're trying.
And you have to sell them on it. It goes back to what we talked about. You have to sell them, just like you have to sell your girl on staying with you, just like you have to sell your customers on hanging around. You have to sell sometimes your parents on them allowing you and blessing you to pursue different areas of life.
And worst case, if they still don't want it, there's still the possibility of saying, hey, I'll find a whatever cheap job or just to not depend on you financially anymore.
so I can do my own thing and you don't have a say anymore.
You know what? You know what's funny? It was the Thanksgiving of 2017, and remember in 2017, I think everybody was talking about crypto or Bitcoin, and it went up and then it tanked or some shit. I think that's where like the entire culture of, hey, during Thanksgiving everybody talks about crypto and everybody tells their grandma to buy. I think it came from the 2017 bull run. But we were going around the table and my mother asked me, she said, what are you grateful for? Right? My mother always asks that during Thanksgiving. What are you thankful for? And I said, I'm thankful for Bitcoin. And they laughed at me, right? They scoffed me. But last week I sent my mother a Bitcoin, right? And she no longer cares about whether she scoffed me or whether she thought Bitcoin or my gratitude towards it was a good thing or that I'm being thankful for it. She's just happy now that I'm successful. And now she gets to partake in that success. So sometimes you have to eat some shit. Sometimes you have to understand that your vision is your vision and it was given to you. It wasn't given to your parents. So you don't need their validation. You don't need their approval. But if you're still under their household and you still, want their blessing, then prove them wrong through your actions and be diplomatic through a process of selling them into your vision through action, dedication, and respect.
This applies a lot to actually sales in business, right?
Yes.
Because let's say your clients are big corporations, so there's a lot of politics in there. Sometimes you know exactly what they need, but if you tell them what they need, they'll tell you to fuck off.
Yes.
So you will sell them what they want to hear, and once you got the project, then you come and you say, forget all the shit that I told you, now we're gonna do the real deal, right? And it's always, it's sales. It's just sales. Like everything is sales, it's true.
It's crazy. And if you can't sell your mama on letting you start an e-com store, then how are you going to sell anybody on giving you $1 million check to go start a business? Or how are you going to go sell something that's high ticket? Or how are you going to sell anybody on anything else? Yeah. Everything starts in the basics, right? Everything starts in the beginning. And if you can be diplomatic with your family and bring them onto your vision, so be it. But at the same time, the path of success and the path of entrepreneurship and the path of greatness is lonely. And you have to be willing to be alone in the process to getting to the top. And I realized in my life and my main perspective in life wasn't to become successful. My perspective of life has become to pursue truth. And when I told God, hey, I will sacrifice my family, my relationships, even my life for the pursuit of truth, then that commitment and that dedication carried me through any insecurities, any doubt, any loneliness, and eventually all of these things played out well.
So you would say that you're still lonely? Often?
I'm because I can be alone and not be lonely because I'm with myself.
How do you get to that stage? Because for me,
spend a lot of when you're in the car, turn off that motherfucking radio. Be in your thoughts. Ask yourself, why is it that you do what you do? Ask yourself, why do you wake up in the morning and do what you do? Why is it that you pursue the goals and the dreams that you pursue? Have these conversations. Be comfortable in your own skin. If you're uncomfortable, ask yourself, why is it that you're experiencing these things? Why is it that you are in a situation where you don't like to be by yourself? Because if you are with yourself, it doesn't mean you have to be lonely. You don't need other people. Because when you're on your deathbed route, nobody's going to be there. It's just you, yourself, figuring out, did I live a successful life? Did I do what I say I was going to do? You can't point fingers. You can't say, oh, because this person said this or this person said that. No. You're fully accountable for your life. And when it's all said and done, it's all up to you. So why not live that way?
What do you do completely with that? Do you meditate? Do you pray?
I spend a lot of time just thinking.
So you have like in your agenda or calendar, which is probably crazy full.
No, it's empty.
You have some, it's empty.
It's so empty, bro. There's like nothing on my calendar because that was like my perspective. Like I just have like my regular calls for the week, which is like my regular calls. But besides that, as the creative in the business, I can't have a schedule. Okay. I need to be able to create an environment where I can just free flow. And it's not for everybody, but in my space, it's just like empty schedule and just spend as much time thinking, as much time in my thoughts, and as much time as possible questioning my actions so that I understand why I'm actually doing what I'm doing.
You talked about pursuing truth and thinking basically back to what you've done. You went to college?
No.
Briefly?
Dropped out. Yeah.
Dropped out, right? I
went to multiple universities, tested different things, one quarter here, one quarter there, but it never suited me because the teachers were kind of losers, and I sensed that from the get-go. I'll tell you, bro, I had two teachers. Two teachers convinced me that school was shit. My first one was a communications teacher. Didn't know how to fucking talk. So I was like, how's this person going to teach me communication? And then the second one was in a second university. an international business professor that had never been overseas. So like, how are you going to teach me how to become an international entrepreneur? You're talking about macroeconomics, microeconomics, but are you telling me about culture? Are you telling me about how to interact with Chinese people when I actually go to China and how to broker a deal? You can't learn that unless you're there. So I was like, fuck this, I gotta go learn this, actually get in the trenches.
Yeah, complete. I mean, for me, I was kind of also the motherfucker I completed the whole like bachelor, but I was always thinking, especially when I did my master's, I did 2 internship, 3 months each in between bachelor and master. I go do my master, and I realized that I have more work experience after 6 months of internship than the PhD professor in front. And we had an entrepreneurship class, 14 sessions. And at the very end of this entrepreneurship class, 14 sessions, she's like, hey, anyone ask question? And I'm like, she had done a PhD in entrepreneurship and built a business, and she was an entrepreneurship professor. And I'm like, do you really believe we can teach entrepreneurship? Like, and same, I always thought, man,
so fucked, bro.
Like, I don't disrespect you, maybe because of my Swiss values, but I'm like, how can you teach me something when you've never freaking done it before?
Yes.
Right? And if you think about it, the education system is completely outdated today, right?
Yes.
And so there is, different takes on that. Do you think university is a scam?
Absolutely, because it's a business, right? University is a business. So in certain countries, you have public university, but somebody's paying for it. Maybe it's the government, but somebody's paying for it. In the US, university is expensive as fuck. Imagine being in a scenario where I'm a business, right? And I have convinced my entire population, right, that in order to get a job, you have to go through me. Once again, it's the middleman to the workforce. It's the middleman. So now you're like, well, I can't develop skills. I need a degree. You have all these motherfuckers that have more degrees than a thermostat and have no real experience. So then they go and you hire all these super intelligent dudes, quote unquote, that have no values. They have no self-esteem because they haven't actually accomplished anything. Not only that, they're super inexperienced and they're not worth having around. They're entitled. They're arrogant.
True.
They think that because you took a couple of tests,
That's true.
that you can control the marketplace, will fuck you up, dude.
Actually, because you're being told at university, you are the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of tomorrow. And then you end up with so many people with papers, right? With university papers, that we have this thing called academic inflation, where you've gone through all these studies, you might have taken a loan, and then it's hard to find a job. And if you find a job, the job is going to pay you like shit. No one will give a fuck about you, right?
Just before we get into this amazing video with Luke Belmar, if you're interested in leveling up mentally or financially, then you need to join my free and private Telegram group, where we teach you how to make your very first $10,000 a month online. We also talk about the winning mindset, and I even share with you the different winning crypto and FX trades that my team and I are making. So I'm going to leave the link for you in the
배고파. 배고파. 일단 뭐 좀 먹자. fuck. 찍으려고 하지. Wait, think about something. Alright. Think about something. It's all a fake, bro. It's all fake, bro. Fake. 일단 무력으로 몰아낸 다음에 무력으로 무력이 뜻이 뭐지? Why does heart? Represent love. But why is heart shaped the way it is? It's all a fake. Stop trying to become a slave, bro.
Joining me on the show today, we have an extremely successful entrepreneur who has actually blown up on the internet over the last year and a half. He was born in Argentina and moved to the US at just 16 years old and worked his way up all the way from waiting tables, door-to-door sales, all the way to being one of the largest pancake swap holders and making millions of dollars in e-commerce. It is the co-founder of Capital Club, Luke Belma. Luke, welcome to the show.
What a wonderful introduction. Thank you for having me.
So good to have you here. I was a little bit stressed about it because you've done so much.
It's great to be here. You've done so much. I've been looking at some of your work, and I think we're going to have a great conversation because I think we resonate on a lot of things.
Absolutely, and I've been going through your stuff for the last year and a half, learning a lot from you, but I think what really struck me the most was your background. Okay.
These guys all talk so well, bro. They're literally they're literally like, their job is talking. Like, they have like their voice, tonality, and everything. It's perfect, you know. They do this for a living, you know. That's why they sell.
Came from Argentina to the US at 16 years old, which is actually incredibly young. So I'm fascinated. How did you make that move? Did you come with anyone? Did you know where you were going? You know, how were you making money? You were waiting tables and then you sort of put that money into crypto. Can you explain that journey of how you got to the US and built everything up?
I think the first thing to understand is that where there's a will, there's a way.
If you want to become successful, you can be successful. It doesn't matter if you're 16, if you're 14, if you're 22, if you're 30. The moment that you unlock the mental framework that, hey, my life can actually be something more than the village that I grew up in, or the construct that my parents or the narrative that I've been raised under. And thankfully, I got that data set unlocked at an early age. At 16, I realized, hey, my parents were working regular jobs. Argentina had just defaulted, right, over the last couple of years with their debt. And they were in a situation whereby the country was pure socialism. I looked at America. I'm like, I can literally go and get rich. I can go and build a business. I can go and do things that I want to do. Now, waiting tables for me was a privilege. Like, I would go and make $100 a night. I'm running a third world country. That is a lot of money. Sure, I have to pay for rent and things of this nature, but I was like, whoa, I'm at the bottom of the echelon here, just getting started, and I'm making a couple $100 a day. What I need to do is get extremely intelligent. So what I started doing is focusing on unlocking data sets, becoming extremely knowledgeable, because I understood that if I wanted to play the game of life, it couldn't just be hustling. It couldn't just be working hard. I needed a strategy, and I needed to learn from people that had strategies, piece those things together, find my winning strategy, what it means to be successful, and attack that strategy. And Bitcoin, crypto was part of that strategy. Why?
You guys. Your business professor never even had a business. Your business professor never even had a business.
Easy multiplier, low risk, high reward. I was part of the bull run in 2017. I lost money in the 2017 bull run, but I knew it was going to come back. I knew social media was going to play a massive part into it because I got into crypto because of social media. So I was like, oh, what I need to do is position myself. So I made a couple hundred. I was about to drop a big amount of something. I was able to make a good amount of Bitcoin, and when it was a couple $100, and I had a good stash of Bitcoin saved up, and I realized that all I needed to do was maintain that money stashed away because it's hard money, and then just have enough money inside the system to be able to operate. But I'm starting to move outside of the system as much as possible because I truly believe in decentralization. And it's not this decentralization out of the system. It's this understanding that the system is just one piece of the ingredient. And even though it's kind of a monopoly, I realized early on that I need to make money in order to be outside of that system. So Bitcoin was one of those solutions. It worked out well, and here we are today.
But what confuses me about this story is I think we're pretty close in age. When I was 16, that's not what I was thinking. So how were you thinking outside of the system at such a young age?
I think you can't judge how a seed grows in two different gardens. I think it was just a different situation for a different individual in a different time. I think it's not so much that I'm a special individual, it's just that I took advantage of the information and the knowledge that I had at the time. Look how many people knew about Bitcoin before I did. Look how many people didn't buy it. Look how many people saw that e-commerce and making money online was going to be a thing, and they didn't capitalize on the opportunity. The difference between me and somebody else was that I just took action, and I did something with the information that I had. And that's the difference between a winner and a loser. And the reason I'm a winner is not because I have a better brain capacity, because my brain processing power is so much better. No, I'm actually dedicated to what? To winning. And when I realized that I couldn't make excuses, I was fully reliable for the information that I absorbed. And what I did with that information, I decided to act, because action equals reaction. We know this to be true. If there is a cause, there's an effect. So if I'm poor, something is causing that poorness. I need to be able to address it. I was able to address it at an early age, and that was financial literacy, inadequacy to be in the marketplace and offer value. And that was what I needed to solve. Become financially literate and provide value. When you provide value, you make money. When you become financially literate, you know how to move your money and keep your money. So many people out here talk about how to make money. Bro, when you start playing the game, you're going to understand it's even harder to keep the money.
Yeah.
And that's a completely different game. But, well, that's a conversation for a different time.
It is a conversation for a different time, but it's funny that you mentioned that because it's such an important point.
It's because they haven't figured this out. They haven't figured it out. That's why they're stressed. So it's not expensive to understand this concept. You don't need a master's degree. You just need good money management skills. And to not give a flying fuck about what everybody says. If you can crack this code, it's because it's a mental code, bro. It's you need to come to terms with the fact that you ain't gonna be flexing like everybody else when you're 21. You're gonna be sitting, you're gonna be grinding, and you're gonna be building a real business and making real money. That's the name of the game. This, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is freedom. Now let's go to the situation that a lot of people live in. This is the situation that a lot of people live in. Let's say they have their steady level of exposure.
Don't say. You gotta produce, not consume. Produce. Contract, bro.
Expenses, and then they have their income. Most people don't know how to make money, and they get into crazy debt. This girl right here is the life of an average American. You know what this is called? I'm gonna put it in red so you understand it. Breaking it down as fucking simple as I can, bro. And I can't wait for people to make fun of me with these basic ass concepts, bro. But you know what? Most of you guys are too.
What about 2 here And after that, and after that, somebody, I forgot who was it? Oh, truly.
To realize how valuable this information actually is. This is called slavery. That's what it is. You are a slave. You are in debt. Indebted. You are owing somebody. This is the best way to destroy a nation. You can even see it with TikTok nowadays. You're here because you need some directions. Your parents ain't gonna teach you shit. Bro, rich people don't talk about inflation. You're printing fucking money. Inflation doesn't matter. What do you think this dude's about to talk about? Thank you so much. I'm about to convince you guys to get jabbed. Did you say free fries when you get jabbed?
Free fries when you get vaccinated?
So right in front of your fucking face, bro.
I got vaccinated. Think I could get a burger element?
There's a burger element to the scam?
Let me check with Bill. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? This could be breakfast.
You're good to go. The guy in the back, hey, you're good to go.
I want you to look at this.
I want you to look at this cheeseburger, you peasant, and imagine getting jabbed with a chemical composition that you know nothing about, right? That only we can promote, and in return, we're gonna feed you a fucking hamburger and some curly fries.
Some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all.
I want to respect the fucking vegans.
If this is appealing, just think of this with vaccination.
When you think about getting jabbed, think about this weird ass dude that's about to munch on this shit. After this video, I don't want to get jabbed. At least get like a sexy girl or something. You know, like offer like a massage, offer like a weekend retreat. They're like, you're cattle, bro. Hey, but if you want free fries, this is from New York, bro. Free Shake Shack. Get a voucher for a burger and sandwich if you get your shot at an NYC mobile vaccine clinic. Guys, I am not making this up. This is real. This is real life.
No, I'm getting a very good feeling.
I'm getting a good feeling.
About vaccination rate this moment.
Yeah, I am too.
Thank you to Randy Garudi and of course Danny Meyer doing so much to help us with the recovery.
Yeah, thank you so much for helping us indoctrinate everybody.
I got just chewing for a moment.
You can finish chewing on these nuts. Can you imagine this dude, whoever you are, hopefully one day you watch this. This is the extent of your life. Read a fucking agenda, eat a burger in order to convince your citizens to do something that is most likely not beneficial for them. Because if it was, they'd be running to do it. You're gonna have to convince them. That's why people fucking go to the gym. That's why people eat healthy. You don't have to be convinced to do this shit. Instead of offering people a healthy meal, this is what this guy offers. Burgers and fries. But then you gotta be healthy. You gotta stay healthy, right? Do you understand the bullshit that we're living in? But then you try to help people and you try to educate people on how to get out, and the fucking drones of the system will call you a scam. They'll say, no, but you don't know anything. You can't educate people. A lot of you guys are in your 20s. A lot of you guys are in your 30s. A lot of you guys are in your teens, and you've never heard this. You've never been exposed to this true information. That's why at Capital Club, our objective is to teach you guys how the fucking world works. This is how valuable you are to them. A fucking fried food happy meal. How much money would I save if I get jabbed twice a day for 2 meals? I get 2 burgers for free with 2 sides of fries and 2 drinks. Dude, I could like literally, I'd be in a great situation. I don't have to pay for food. I need this. Guys, let's all move to New York. We get to eat for free.
Get everyone vaccinated. So keep watching, keep joining in.
Keep watching, keep tuning into the propaganda, keep tuning into our channel. Any person that's like, oh yeah, but maybe they need to incentivize the people that are less intelligent. No, that's called propaganda. It is a scam designed to perpetrate your freedom. So for people that weren't convinced about the hamburger, they're like, we need to up the ante here, bro. So we can no longer talk just about money. What we got to do right now is we got to convince people by getting them in the lottery, right? So if you get a jab, you get a lottery ticket. This is the level of insanity that the world has gone to, right? Where you have to be so ingrained in the system to believe that this is normal,
that some experimental shit that's been around for 8 months gets rolled out that you know nothing about. When you start seeing these catchphrases, these short catchphrases that appeal to the mind, like build back better, backs and scratch, tap into good health, right? About the tap water. Backs and scratch. Backs and scratch.
How do you like that?
I think it's a gay ass name.
You get a vaccination and you get a lottery ticket for the $5 million mega multiplier New York State lottery.
Look, bro, they even have prizes on that shit, bro. They treat your body like a Chuck E. Cheese.
As a first prize of $5 million.
Bro, they got prizes. They got prizes for you to get jabbed. The truth is right in front of you. I don't have to say it.
So last week, Luke Belmar told us how long it took him to become a millionaire through dropshipping. But there was so much more I wanted to find out. So I asked him if he would be willing to sit down for an interview. Luke's been known to share valuable info on the market if you know where to find his drops. But the people need to know more. In this exclusive interview, Luke gives us the inside scoop on how he went from sleeping in his car to exactly how he made tens of millions in crypto, where he sees money going by 2030, how to navigate market cycles, and exactly how to short Ponzi schemes to profit millions. You literally can't even put a price on the amount of value dropped in this interview, so sit back, take some notes, and enjoy the ride.
Brother Luke, good to see you, Colin. How are you, bro? How are you? Welcome to Switzerland, bro. Yeah, tell me where we're at and what we're doing. We're in beautiful Zermatt. We've been here snowboarding for a week with all my homies, and yeah, just leveling up, masterminding, and putting together a lot of genius brains to collectively form a mastermind and kind of see what data sets people have been collecting overseas and while they travel, and then taking that and cross-pollinating with what each of us are doing and just elevating, dude. So just a good vacation. Yeah, but one thing I'll say about you.
Let me tell you why you're
Taking care of it. International business is essential. Kids, you said you're going hard tonight, so I'm holding you to it. Oh, you're going with me. I am. And then put sugar to cover it up. I'll give you an example, another one. Gatorade, right? We talked about electrolytes and it boosts you up. Do you know that?
This is Zermatt, Switzerland, a fairy tale town at the base of the Matterhorn. You know, like the mountain on those Toblerone chocolates your grandma keeps in her living room. Zermatt is a breathtaking and ritzy mountain getaway full of rich tourists, Swiss billionaires, and these fucking guys. The Belmar boys are back at it again, and this time they glitched to the middle of the Swiss Alps and brought some millionaire buddies with them. That's me, Champ, but I think they only brought me here to do this intro. Anyways, you've seen a lot of vlogs, but I promise you've never seen one like this. So sit down, strap in, and get ready to get unplugged, because this is what life looks like when you become an anomaly. Oh, and Luke asked me to remind you guys that tap water is for bots. Anyway, enjoy the views because it's about to get real.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. Artificial intelligence is knocking at your door. Chat GPT is right amongst us. It is scraping the internet, pulling information, and making you look like an absolute buffoon. I was shredding the slopes here in Zermatt with some of my buddies, and eventually we got lost, right? We got separated on the slopes, and you get paired up with random people. When you go up the gondola, I'm in a situation where, I'm paired up with this random kid, 16-year-old. He checks out my snowboarding outfit. He's like, hey, that's a dope outfit. We start chopping it up. Long story short, 16-year-old kid has a 4.1 GPA, top of his class in high school, best of the best, worked his ass off to be in a situation where he could get a nice college scholarship, to be in a place where, he can be financially secure. Well, young man, what do you want to study? Well, I want to study engineering. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm going to be studying engineering, and when I graduate in 8 years, I'm going to be in a really good place. I'm going to be able to make ends meet. I'm going to have a really good paying job. I said, sir, let me ask you a question. In 8 years, by the time you graduate and you begin your career, will artificial intelligence replace your newfound skill set? Because when it comes to mathematics, precision, numbers, statistics, and probabilities, artificial intelligence is a lot more powerful than any human alive. You need to be building companies of the future. You need to be doing things of tomorrow, because based on Moore's law, technology is advancing extremely quickly and it's becoming extremely cheap and cost efficient. The fact that somebody right now in Africa, in a third world country, has access to artificial intelligence to fundamentally and radically change their lives, now we've democratized access to big things. The question is, will you be consumed by artificial intelligence, live in the past, live with this bullshit idea that college and university will be worth it? Or you're gonna understand where the world is going 8, 10, 15, 20 years from now, and you will position yourself accordingly. Instead of studying engineering, why don't you become a software engineer? Why don't you become a machine learning expert? You'll be in a situation where now you integrate with AI and you still get to exercise your passion in university. So I told them, hey, bro, you should really check it, because at the end of the day, you to the university, you are a customer. You are a number. As much as they want to give you the alumni, the colors, that's all a cultish identity. That's how they charge you for a whole lot of shit. So ladies and gentlemen, start using artificial intelligence, or you will be left behind.
You are in fucking Zermatt, Switzerland with your boys, shredding the slopes, independent, free, rich, and you didn't compromise your soul in the process. That's right. And that is why you're successful. That's right. And keeping that at the front of mind will allow me to reach another level of success. And that level of success is personal success. The Bible says it. What does a man gain if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? Yeah. You gain nothing, bro. This is all a video game. It's a test. It's a test, bro. So no comparison, bro. The comparison is you yesterday. Everybody's fake. You can crack the code. What's the code? Be fucking legit. And people don't even tap into their fullest potential because they want to be somebody else. Hence why I don't fucking compare myself to anybody except the people here. I don't know about your life. Or like, I'd be delusional to compare myself to anything about you, except I know that you're a great guy. There's so many things that are happening in the psyche, the subconscious, the family, things that construct the dynamic of somebody else's life. I don't want somebody else's life. I'll make my life a great life, and a life to enjoy. It's like the same thing with chasing success or the next thing. People like achieve $100,000 e-commerce.
I already saw this.
So back to the financial system. So there you go. The proof of the view is there. You average viewership and information. Subscribe if you haven't already.
I already saw this so many times. Fucking idiot, Dave Ramsey.
기억해주길 부탁할게. 국민의 의료 복지를 향상시켜줄 의대 증원 정책이 윤석열 정권에서 밀어붙이고 있으니까 윤석열이 속한 정당을 뽑자라는 착각에
봤어.
The reason banks are not safe is because they don't hold on to your money. They're doing what you should be doing for yourself, which is investing and multiplying your money. So these guys, they come take your money, they fractionalize.
It's you again.
529.
They lose it all. They go on a bank run, they say shit. Well, you're FDIC insured covered, but then you actually read what FDIC insurance is, and it's based on the faith and good credit of the United States of America. That's what your money's insured by. What the fuck is that? It makes no sense whatsoever. The reason banks are not safe is because they don't hold on to your money. They're doing what you should be doing for yourself, which is investing and multiplying your money. So these guys, they come, take your money, they fractionalize it, they lose it all, they go on a bank run, they say, whoops. Whoa.
Oh. Are banks a scam?
If you think that a good-looking girl has an equal chance at getting a job raised, then an ugly girl that isn't taken care of and has a really bad attitude, you're mistaken. A pretty girl with a really good attitude, good job performance will outwork and out-earn a ugly girl because they have more things working towards them. If you don't think a good-looking person is a plus to your organization, then you're sadly mistaken. If you think that a good-looking girl...
Sad truth. 물어봤다고 참. Toxic. That's why I don't trust Luke Belmont.
See opposite.
Nothing.
Luke Belmar.
Ego is getting out of control. There's a line.
Belmar's ego is getting out of control.
You don't deserve nothing. You get that? Nothing.
Luke Belmar has recently been growing in popularity amongst the YouTube finance and self-improvement space exponentially in the last 2 months. Ever since he featured on a live talk show with the former ex-YouTuber Sneaker, his growth online has sparked an almost cult-like following. The rise of his following and constant validation online has boosted his ego to the point of no return. This has caused him to face the consequences of his ego getting the best of him, beginning his journey of apologizing to his peers he stepped on. One of them being the very well-known guru, Sebastian Giorgio.
The reason he got so upset was because I took it in his ego. That's what it was. You know what, bro? I recognize it now. I'm sorry.
He's made many statements during his rise that totally go unnoticed, even by his crew and friends. Notice how crazy this statement he made about his brother flies over everyone's head.
I had to pull his revolvers and guns and all this shit from his house because he was suicidal. Wow, shitty food, shitty diet.
I mean, that's a serious issue, and the only response we're gonna get is a wow. They were clearly in dark times just 7 to 8 months ago, causing the Belmar brothers to not think clearly. I would understand a reaction like that for a person having a bad day, but if Luke is worried about the dangerous level of self-control in his brother to where he has to remove a lethal object, I think it's a crucial moment in Luke's life where he may be even overlooking the situation himself. I'm no psychiatrist, but I think he should really look into getting his brother the help he needs as his first priority if he hasn't already. Many creators in the past have talked about their mental health issues online caused mostly by the media.
Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man. Buddy. Buddy. It's an ego check.
Everyone online feels the need to put up a persona of themselves. They may get more money and followers, but at the cost of their sanity and mental health. It's important to be yourself and not act for the public. What's the point of putting up this insane pressure on yourself if at the end of the day you're not happy doing it? You begin to notice, looking at the dynamic of both of the brothers, that Luke Belmar is guiding his brother in the direction he wants him to be, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the best scenario for his brother. It's a clear sign that Luke believes he has all the answers, which is another crucial issue to his ego. To Luke, his brother went from not providing any value in his terms to now giving advice online on working out and nutrition.
I would do high intake of protein, but I feel like right now in the industry, a lot of people are saying we consume a lot more than we actually do. So people tend to...
But should someone really be giving advice to other people online after having some dark-rooted issues like those? Many people, including the podcasters, have recognized Luke as being a very influential person. Could he possibly be the reason for his brother's mental health? I think it's a clear sign of pushing too hard and trying to be a copy-paste of Andrew Tate. Don't believe me?
With about 60 entrepreneurs.
All right, and this is called the Capital Club.
Capital Club, yeah. So
60 people attended.
60 people attended because we have limited space and we're very selective as to who we...
Look at Luke Belmar's Capital Club, which is just a knockoff Andrew Tate war room.
We have over 2,000 members. Over 600 millionaires.
What about
and we have extremely important people inside the world.
What I found interesting is he exposes different sides to the Matrix, as many people have been calling it. Instead of directly talking about the governments being corrupt like Tate does, he focuses on exposing the financial systems. One of the things he's known for is going on live showing his subscribers his knowledge on how the puppet masters BlackRock and Vanguard own everything.
Yeah, so BlackRock is an organization, it's a company publicly listed on NASDAQ that has tens of trillions of dollars of assets under management. And yeah,
both multinational investment companies that own majority of all the companies and stock that's on the market. So they're pulling all the strings, he's saying. So it begins to make sense. He's obviously isn't going word for word copy paste, but he's using his expertise in a different area that a lot of people don't know yet, and building a following from exposing those multinational financial companies. Not only that, but the food we're eating with the GMOs, the soy, the nasty chemicals.
A famous one is the all-American breakfast. You get your eggs, you get your bacon, you get your sausages, you get your orange juice, you get your milk. But 100 years ago, that wasn't breakfast. That wasn't them.
Not to mention our water supply.
Horseshit. What you want to be drinking is spring water. If you're drinking purified water, that's tap water. It's just purified water. It's water that's it sells you at a higher price. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like the Dasani is a Coca-Cola product. That is purified water. It is literally
that is polluted with the chemical known as fluoride that is responsible for many people experiencing brain fog. So there's a lot of things to this. He's a very intelligent person. He uses a formula that has worked with other creators and spin it in his own way, but at the cost of needing to put up a fake front. I mean, his brother is showing signs of being uncomfortable and a lot the content he's in. I mean, we get it. The guy looks amazing, great physique. You can clearly tell he's putting up this persona. I mean, look at this clip of him walking.
Humble guy, great house, great staff, super welcoming team. Luke, the cousin, phenomenal. Tristan was sick, so we haven't met him yet, but we'll meet him tomorrow, hopefully. It was a great experience. Nate, what do you think? Honestly,
I mean, it looks anything but natural. It looks like he's compared with other creators and spinned it in his own way, but at the cost of needing to put up a fake front. I mean, his brother is showing signs of being uncomfortable in a lot of the content he's in. I mean, we get it. The guy looks amazing, great physique. You can clearly tell he's putting up this persona. I mean, look at this clip of him walking.
Humble guy, great house, great staff, super welcoming team. Luke, the cousin, phenomenal. Tristan was sick, so we haven't met him yet, but we'll meet him tomorrow, hopefully. It was a great experience. Nate, what do you think? Honestly,
I mean, it looks anything but natural. It looks like he's completely in his head and they're just trying to just set up the shot. Is that Luke Belmar's brother or 2017 Jay Alvarez on a runway walk? Or I don't know, maybe that hairstyle or t-shirt showing off your neck is just in style. My fault. But even Tristan Tate the Talisman is admiring Nate's physique in this video.
Yo, Tristan, come on, bro. We need some Fitness Friday on this shit, bro.
No, we do have that, bro. Mark my words, I'm going to be 20 pounds of lean muscle.
But imagine, they have a private club similar to the Tate Brothers War Room. They've made millions of dollars before they even begin posting online, and they write inspirational quotes in their bios. Not only they look to Jay Alvarez for their style, but one thing that we've overlooked is the moments in Luke Belmar's career when he was almost telling on himself and warning the public of people like him as some sort of test.
You know them. It's a random fucking profile photo that has a Naruto character on it, giving you financial advice when you're out here buying and selling shit based off of what that person tells you because they have followers. What if it was a hedge?
Well, I'm sure he's got context to it, but it's kind of weird because his profile picture on Twitter and Instagram is an anime character as well. So I don't know who the heck do I listen to. But it's funny. He spends all this time for random people online to know how rich and well off and how you should take his advice, not only with investing, but lifestyle, food, water, etc. But then he goes out and allows someone to catch him flexing a borrowed car, and then he gets upset for looking like a poser. It's just funny. Then you get mad at them for pointing it out, and once again, you're only going against what you always talk about.
No, we do have that, bro. Mark my words, I'm going to be 20 pounds of lean muscle.
But imagine, they have a private club similar to the Tate Brothers War Room. They've made millions of dollars before they even begin posting online, and they write inspirational quotes in their bios. Not only they look to Jay Alvarez for their style, but one thing that we've overlooked is the moments in Luke Belmar's career when he was almost telling on himself and warning the public of people like him as some sort of test.
You know them. It's a random fucking profile photo that has a Naruto character on it, giving you financial advice when you're out here buying and selling shit based off of what that person tells you Because they have followers. What if it was a hedge?
Well, I'm sure he's got context to it, but it's kind of weird because his profile picture on Twitter and Instagram is an anime character as well. So I don't know who the heck do I listen to. But it's funny, he spends all this time for random people online to know how rich. Some moments in Luke Belmar's career when he...
I'm so thirsty. I'm gonna head out soon. I'm gonna head out soon. I'm gonna head out soon.
He was almost telling on himself and warning the public of people like him as some sort of test.
Know them, it's a rape.
Some moments in Luke Belmar's career when he was almost telling on himself and warning the public of people like him as some sort of test.
Know them, it's a random fucking profile photo that has a Naruto character on it, giving you financial advice, and you're out here buying and selling shit based off what that person tells you because they have followers. What if it was a hedge?
Well, I'm sure he's got context to it, but it's kind of weird because his profile picture on Twitter and Instagram is an anime character as well. So I don't know who the heck do I listen to. But it's funny, he spends all this time for random people online to know how rich and well off and how you should take his advice, not only with investing, but lifestyle, food, water, etc. But then he goes out and allows someone to catch him flexing a borrowed car, and then he gets upset for looking like a poser. It's just funny. Then you get mad at them for pointing it out, and once again, you're only going against what you always talk about, not wasting your energy.
All fat is, it's literally stored energy around your waist, bro. Instead of expending that energy to like develop your body, you're just leaving it there. It's just accumulating. It's like accumulating trash on the side of the door. Just keeps piling, bro.
But then you go and waste it on someone who is, in your case, a loser complainer. Totally going against your script.
Somebody who's kind enough to lend me their McLaren for the weekend. And then somebody commented on my shit and was like, rented. Okay, nice. And where am I or where are you? Like, what do you want me to tell you, G?
It totally got to him. Notice how he made his point based on someone who is, in your case, a loser complainer. Totally going against your script.
Somebody who's kind enough to lend me their McLaren for the weekend. And then somebody commented on my shit and was like, rented. Okay, nice. And where am I or where are you? Like, what do you want me to tell you, G?
It totally got to him. Notice how he made his point personal. Just trying to flex how much better he is than everyone. It's no surprise his friend Sebastian felt weird around him. Even if someone is saying something about you online that's untrue, you don't have to bash that person and attack them personally. Believe me, you get more points for letting it go, for letting the true fans see that you actually use the advice you're saying and you don't hurt other people.
Recalibrated, moved to the island, like reassess food, chef, diet, nutrition, lifestyle. Boom, 6 months change. Yeah, bro. The human. That's what.
There are many takeaways we can get from Luke Belmar. Most of them not being applicable for the majority of his audience, but he does have a few insights into things most people should look into. The majority of that being on the nutrition side. If we think about it, there's really not much ways to take an advantage of the financial systems that have always been around. None of the things will hurt to know that he's been telling us, but they definitely will not change your life, especially when you have to give your money to them for your retirement, your stock, and crypto portfolios. Not that you have to, but the majority.
Why I don't trust Luke Belmore? Luke Belmore.
We're here at the compound. I think Tristan said he has 10 cars here. I don't know a whole lot about cars. We got the McLaren. We got 2 nice Porsche. Got the Beamer. Got the Rolls. Got the Rari. Got the famous tape side there. We got a ton.
telling you, bro, this is a compound, bro. Like, this is some compound shit. It's not a joke. We're here at the compound. I think Tristan said he has 10 cars here. Don't know a whole lot about cars. We got the McLaren. We got two nice Porsche. Got the Beamer. Got the Rolls. Got the Rari. Got the famous T side thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. This is like...
In fact, you learned nothing from this video.
It's like when people hate in the comments. For example, we're here in Dubai right now. Someone who's kind enough to lend me their McLaren for the weekend. And then somebody commented on my share and was like, rented. Okay, and where am I or where are you? Like, what do you want me to tell you, G? Instead of being like rented, be like, damn, how could I be in Dubai with Luke Belmont? I mean, I gotta get to work. It could be rented, it could be leased, it could be owned. The principle doesn't matter. The principle is that you're expending energy on nonsense. That's the message that you choose to send. It's like when people hate in the comments.
Rented. It got to him, bro.
I love Joe Rogan. I think he brings in a ton of guests that I like to listen to. But I want to gain an advantage in the marketplace by uncovering the information and the knowledge that is not mainstream. So I'll go to Yandex, which is like a Russian version of Google that is uncensored, and I'll go and like uncover books about the central bank and the history of money and things that are kind of banned and not allowed and censored or things of this nature. And I'll kind of study those things to have an advantage. I love Joe Rogan. I think he brings in a ton of guests that I like to listen to. But I want to gain an advantage in the marketplace by uncovering the information and the knowledge.
Russian censor. Yandex.
I love Joe Rogan.
Exposed. You gotta break the rules.
Sexual content. Luke Belmont.
팁스 한 번의 움직. I may just know something that you don't. The information that you have is giving you. Why limit yourself to a cubicle? Going with cold weather, boosting testosterone.
Bro, what is all this garbage? But tell me about banks. Tell me more about the banking system, bro.
트립닷컴 세상 착한
Commissioner, Mr. President, I rise again, I'm afraid, to make the same old hoary speech that I've been making here for several years, and that is...
Do you know why they tell you to save money? Because the system of banking, has nothing to do with communism or capitalism. It's the banks run the world. The rich run the world. They don't care if you're communist or capitalist. So when you save, so let's say you save $1 US.
Are bankers? Are banks rich?
To €1, 1 yen, the banking system can lend out 10. So the entire system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. Then they tell you to save money. So they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times. So your dollar became worthless 10 times over. And then they used to pay you 10% interest on your money. Now it's at best 1%. And they're still lending up 10 times. So that's why you don't save money. It's because your money's becoming worth less and less and less and less. The banks are getting richer and richer and richer. Then they tax you on that interest they pay, that 1%. That interest.
Truth about banks.
Guaranteed money, you're guaranteed to get your money, and then guess what happens with fucking China? Look at this shit. Look.
For the EFT, Mr. Bloom has 2 minutes. Commissioner, Mr. President, I rise again, I'm afraid, to make the same old hoary speech that I've been making. Here for several years, and that is, it is my opinion that you do not really understand the concept of banking. All the banks are broke. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, they're all broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. It isn't some sort of tsunami. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that banks can lend money that they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal, and it's been going on for too long. To add to that problem, you have moral hazard, a very significant moral hazard from the political sphere. And most of the problem starts in politics and central banks, which are part of the same political system. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeited by any other name. The artificial printing of money, which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central banks do it all the time. Central banks repress the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money, and yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR. The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
Grazie per il gruppo.
Central banks. Dislikers are probably bankers. Yep.
System. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeiting by any other name. The artificial printing of money, which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central banks do it all the time. Central banks repress the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money. And yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR. The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue. The banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely in a rather
American liberal.
Well, they can simply create more pieces of paper out of thin air. Yes, if, for example, the United States government wanted $340 million for, I don't know, maybe another exchange, because, for example, the United States government wanted $340 million for, I don't know, maybe another F-22 jet, they can simply print the money to do so. But there's one problem with this: inflation. The thing about money is that primarily it needs to be a means of exchange to be considered valuable. So the amount of money in circulation needs to reflect the output of the goods and services that are being produced. When more money is printed than there are goods and services, all other things being equal, the prices of these goods and services increase and the value of the money itself drops. This is why many economists, and even everyday people like you and me, are worried about the current global reserve currency, the United States dollar. 2020 was a terrible year for the entire world. In the wake of the pandemic, most economies had to be shut down. The goods and services available and the general output of the economy was reduced to mere trickles, and the world kind of came to a halt for a while. Because there wasn't as much money flowing around, to keep the economy from going under and basically our world falling apart, the US government started printing money at a rate faster than has ever been printed before in its entire existence. Right now, 40% of the US dollars in existence today were printed in the last 18 months.
What the fuck?
That's outrageous. And because the output of the country hasn't really increased by that much, eventually the prices of the goods and services might start to skyrocket. You can see this taking place in the price of commodities, such as lumber, which had as much as tripled in price from just a year ago. If you haven't noticed, some of the prices of the things at your favorite restaurants are now slightly higher than they were last year. It's an ever so small increase. Maybe the guac at Chipotle is 20 cents higher, but it's happening right there under your nose. On the surface, it seems like a good thing that governments decided to send stimulus and unemployment checks to their citizens. But the reality is, it's a double-edged sword. Of course, it helps those most in need, and that's a good thing. We're at the point where, because of inflation and a slow economy, people really aren't able to get the right jobs at the right times. Sometimes it's not even because they don't want them, but because it's simply worse than the alternative. For example, in the United States at least, if you're a waiter or waitress, you aren't required by law to be paid even minimum wage. Some are literally paid $2 to $3 an hour,
What the
with the
fuck?
rest of their income coming from tips. But with a lot of restrictions and rules in place around the country, and not as many people going out, there's less customers. Less customers with less money means less tips. If your employees aren't making enough money, they're going to quit. Simple as that. If your business doesn't have employees to help you run it, you're going to go under. It's a domino effect. But what can you even do? When you can earn more money from unemployment and stimulus checks than you would from being employed, why even look for a job in the first place? You see, the Federal Reserve of the United States is a very sneaky way for the government to essentially create money out of thin air and pump it into the economy without people thinking too much about it. Before 2020, the United States was $29 trillion in debt. It's an unbelievable and inconceivable amount of money to even begin with. This debt is obtained in the form of bonds and treasury notes, which are basically just pieces of paper that say the government will pay you so-and-so amount plus interest. Right now, a 10-year U.S. Treasury bond will return you about 1.23% on your investment at expiry. So if you put in $1,000 today, you'll have made $12.30 by 2031. That sounds terrible already, but to add icing onto the cake, it doesn't even keep up with inflation, which is targeted to stay around 2% a year. It's a lot higher than that, but that's for another time. By investing in government notes of your own country, which issues the currency you use every single day, you actually lose buying power over a decade. It is weakened by the day. Regardless, banks, businesses, and individuals around the world buy these bonds and treasury notes, and the government uses all that money it gets back how it sees fit. However, when it's time for the government to pay its debt, all the money they made has already been spent. So they buy back all the treasuries and bonds, but only from the big financial institutions, and then pay them back with new money created out of thin air. Since March 2020, the Federal Reserve has bought back over $1 trillion in bonds, and is planning to continue to do so for the foreseeable future. With all the new money pumped into them by the government, banks can now give out more loans to people, earn more interest, and help grow the economy. But this increases the total amount of money in circulation, reducing the value of each dollar. With multi-trillion-dollar stimulus payments and infrastructure packages, it makes you wonder how long this stuff can go on for. New money steals value from old money. The amount in your bank account doesn't change, but because of the new money the government has just printed out of thin air, your money is no longer valuable as it once was. Basically, every second you store your wealth in any fiat currency, such as the US dollar, it is being devalued. You could stare at your bank balance, and day by day, would be able to buy less and less things with whatever you have left. The reality that money is nothing but an illusion is one that we must all embrace, because only then will the path to financial freedom become clear. It's all a game that never truly ends. Understanding that money does not have any intrinsic value in itself, but instead only inherits the value you give to it, will prevent you from trying to store up your wealth in currency. Instead, using that money to acquire assets that will appreciate faster than inflation is the only way to win the game. And it's not really winning, it's avoiding total loss. As more and more money is printed each and every day, the value of each dollar in your pocket will continue to decrease. But the dollar value of the assets around the globe will continue to appreciate in value. But it's all a mirage, it's smoke and mirrors. A stock market that is literally in up-only mode may make it seem like it's all okay. But it isn't. It's all denominated in the same currency that is slowly dying each and every day. For example, if you were to denominate the Dow Jones, which is just a performance measurement of 30 large United States companies, in terms of gold instead of USD, you'll see that we're basically at the same place we were in 1997. Smoke and mirrors. But what's the end goal of all of this? With fiat and an unlimited supply of money, will the value of each currency just continue to decrease until the end of time? Will the gap between the rich and poor just continue to grow wider and wider? Or are we finally going to fix the problem as old as man itself, and stop placing our financial success in the hands of those who are destroying it day by day? Only time will tell. But just know, there is a way out. This video was sponsored by Private Internet. Think about the farmer who sells tomatoes and the man who makes tents. The man who makes tents can create an entire village of real estate and barter it out with anyone who needs a place to rest their head all year long, and he would probably cash out on that. But the farmer who sells tomatoes can only barter when tomatoes are in season. And because tomatoes are perishable goods, you cannot keep them for a long period of time. So, although he would be putting in the same effort into his
What the fuck is he doing with his nose on the fucking tomato, you disgusting thing?
tent maker, there's absolutely no way for him to remain wealthy all year long. There's also the problem of having something that only very few people want. Nowadays, when starting a business, you're often told to find a niche, a small group of people who are very interested in what you have to offer. Before money was a thing, that advice would have you left with nothing worth bartering. The people who had the most were those who owned things that everyone wanted. Things like weapons, animal skin, and salt. But then since everyone knew that everyone wanted these things, they started buying them even if they didn't need them at the time, just so they could trade with them later. And so commodity money became a thing. People would exchange goods and services for the most common items, like salt or weapons, and just use that to trade for what they want from someone else. From salt and weapons to tiny collectibles like shells and beads, humanity had found a better way to trade and transact. Instead of exchanging goods and services for goods and services you may not need at the time, you can exchange your goods and services for arbitrary objects to act as placeholders of value, an IOU, IOU. After that, you can use these placeholders to get goods and services you actually want from someone else. The idea was brilliant. So brilliant that the entire world slowly moved away from the barter system to the money trading system. But there was still one problem with this medium of exchange. You see, for money to be worth anything, it needs to be scarce. The more available something is, the lesser its implied value. That's basic economics. If everyone can get their hands on something, it can't be worth that much, right? So things like sand or shells that you could easily pick up on any beach weren't really a good measure of value. As a result, around the year 770 BC, the first metal coins were created in China. As a sort of homage, the Chinese made miniature versions of the tools that were once regarded as currency. They made the coins circular so that it was easy to reach into your pocket and take them out without hurting your fingers. Then they cast the coins in bronze. This was it. Money was finally worth something. You couldn't just go to a beach somewhere and pick up bronze. It was scarce. It had value. At this time, money wasn't yet an illusion. The value of a coin was determined by the value of the metal the coin was made out of. If you had a coin that was made from 1 gram of gold, it was worth 1 gram of gold. You could easily measure it and see for yourself that it is, in fact, 1 gram of gold. However, kings and rulers quickly discovered the power of money. And even, well, they can simply create more pieces of paper out of thin air. Yes, if, for example, the United States government wanted $340 million for, I don't know,
let's not waste any more time. What do you really think about money? Is it something you work for? Is it earned or is it inherited? Is it the root cause of all evil? Are you desperate to have more of it? Have you been chasing it most of your life? Truth is, most of what you think about money has been influenced by your upbringing and environment. If you were born into a family that didn't have much money growing up, then you're more inclined to believe that you too will not grow up to have much money. Or perhaps you went on the complete opposite end and decided to make as much money as you can so that you will never be in that position again. The fact that your school didn't teach you much about this subject doesn't help things. And because of this, most of you are going to have false beliefs about money that aren't going to help you on this journey. Now stick with me here, because we're going to have to change the way you've been seeing money your whole life. Hollywood has always had a habit of depicting the wealthy and rich as evil, backstabbing, entitled, or corrupt individuals.
If you don't get me a squirrel, I'll get one myself.
Question is, have you bought into that stereotype? A recent report released by WealthX showed that of the world's ultra-wealthy, those that had a net worth of 30 million or more, 68% of them were self-made. And it seems like every other study backs up this conclusion. Warren Buffett, self-made billionaire. Howard Schultz, born in poverty. Oprah Winfrey, born in poverty. Jeff Bezos, self-made billionaire. Elon Musk, self-made
Fake.
Sarah Blackley, self-made billionaire. What is it that these people know that you don't? Truth is, your equation is all wrong. Here's the two-dimensional equation.
Elon Musk is not self-made, man, bro. His father has diamond mine.
Money equals salary earned from a job. Past a certain point, the prospect of getting a job becomes the sole purpose of your education. So what's wrong with that, you ask? I'm going to assume that if you're watching this, you want to make money, a lot of it, and in as short amount of time as possible. If that is your goal, then this equation for generating money will never get you there. We all have one precious resource, the most important resource of all, and once it's gone, there's no way of getting it back. That resource is time. In a standard job, the amount of money you earn is dependent on the amount of time you put into that job. If you earned $20 an hour and worked 40 hours a week, it would take you nearly 24 years to reach a total of $1 million. But that is without subtracting any taxes or any expenses that you will incur over 24 years. And let's not forget that inflation will make your $1 million less valuable. The reality is that on a salary of $20 an hour, you can only really be a millionaire at an old age by living frugally. And most of that precious resource known as time has slipped through your fingers. You traded all that time for money, and it wasn't even a substantial amount either. So again, you ask yourself, how is it then that there are self-made millionaires and billionaires at such young ages? What makes them so different? And the truth is, they have a better equation than you. They have a way of understanding money that you haven't quite grasped yet. pay very close attention now. Stop chasing money. In a capitalist society, the rules of the game are as follows. You are paid in proportion to the perceived value that you have. And the people that perceive your value, they are the market, the consumers of the economy. The market is you, your friends, your family, your neighbors, your country. People complain that football players are overpaid, but for
아, 내가 발류를 결정하고 그냥 쓸모없다고 생각하면 내가 판단해도 되는 거였구나. 그렇게. 그래서 상처받는 거였구나. 그치. 쓸모없으면 바꿔야지.
to be paid millions, there has to be a market for the football industry in the first place. People have to see the value in football in the first place for them to want to spend money on matches and merchandise. And if the market is a high demand for football...
What are all these fucking slaves, bro? Who are these slaves? They're not even playing. Look at all these slaves, man.
Guess what happens to the players who are at the top of their game? They are paid generously for it. It's not about how hard you work. The cleaner that's sweating and tiring himself out every day is paid far less than the accountant sitting behind a desk. Why? Because the market perceives the value of what the cleaner does to be far less than the accountant. As harsh as it may sound, the cleaner can be replaced by anybody. It isn't difficult to learn how to do his job, and therefore the market will not pay him more than the accountant, the guy who spent years studying numbers, the guy who has saved his clients thousands on their taxes. But even so, we just discussed how getting a job isn't the right equation to amassing a great amount of wealth in a short period of time. So then how can we increase the perceived value? What is it about people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos that makes their perceived value so high? The first step to this equation of wealth is quite simple. If you want money, solve problems. If you take a second to digest this statement, you'll realize that just about all money runs from this basic premise. If it solves a problem, money will be thrown at it. If it's $1 million problem, then the solution will make you millions. If it's $1 billion problem, then the solution will make you billions. Think about all the problems that a site like Amazon solves. The hassle of going to a store, the hassle of having to wait weeks for a delivery, cheaper prices, and so on. Not to mention all the other companies that Amazon owns and the problems that those companies solve. Jeff Bezos helped solve $1 billion problem and was rewarded favorably for doing so. If you've been chasing money, then you've been doing it all wrong. It sounds almost paradoxical, but if you want money, it isn't money that you should be looking for. You should be looking for problems, and more importantly, solutions to those problems. And once you've found that solution, make a business around it.
하루 평균 30만 원의 꾸준한 소득을 원하시는 분은 제 이야기를 집중해서
Wait, so that's it? Just solve problems and money will appear? So I'm gonna have to create the next Amazon for me to be rich, or the next Facebook or Google? You've got to be kidding me, right? I don't even know how to code. I don't even have the money to start something of that scale. Hold on. You're once more going into old patterns of thinking. Start with the problem. Always start with the problem. Listen to the market around you. What are people saying they don't like? What are people saying they wish existed? What are people saying frustrates them? What do people think is incredibly inconvenient? Is that a problem that you can solve? And also, is it a problem that is worth solving? The final step of this equation to wealth is finding a scalable solution to the problem. Your solution needs to affect a magnitude of people. Starting a restaurant, that's not scalable. You're constrained to the local area and the footfall of that area. But a franchise, now that's more scalable. Is your solution a piece of software? Then that means once that software has been built, you can scale it infinitely online without needing to worry about things like production or shipping costs, as it's all done virtually. Good luck finding infinite scale with a job. But be careful. Does your solution require your time to generate money? Let's say you were a yoga teacher that charged $100 per hour. Congratulations, you only made yourself another job disguised as a business. There's only a certain amount of lessons that you can feasibly do in one day, and therefore your income is time-bound. But if you created an online yoga class that ran 24/7 with lessons you only had to create once, now that is scalable. Scaling your solution is critical here, so do not get lost on this point. Automation also plays an important role. Systems and processes will keep your business running like a smooth machine if implemented properly. If there is something in your business that you can outsource to somebody else or hire an employee to do it for you, assuming it financially makes sense for you to do so, then do it. Tasking yourself with everything is a bad thing. As much as you may think you're the best, there's someone out there that can do a better job than you. Once you've found a solution, it's your job to make sure that solution can be accessed by everyone in your market. It's not about your ego and it's not about what you're passionate about. The market doesn't care about your passions. So now that you have your profitable business running with the right systems and processes in place, it's time to move on and reap what you sowed. There are two likely paths you're going to face at this point. You either continue your business or cash in and sell it. This is the acquisition, the moment someone buys the solution that you spent years building a business around. This is Instagram being acquired by Facebook for $1 billion. This is PayPal being sold to eBay for $1.5 billion, of which $165 million went straight to Elon Musk's pocket, and the countless other liquidation events that happen across the world. This is where all the effort that you spent into building your company comes to fruition. And if you choose to continue running your business, well, there's a multitude of reasons for you wanting to do so. Maybe you love the company that you built and want to stick with your baby. Maybe you think you can add more value to the company and sell it down the line for more than it's currently worth. Perhaps that business runs passively in the background, so you don't have to do much to keep the wheels turning. Or maybe it's a combination of these three things. Either way, you did it. You solved a problem that the market wanted solving, and it rewarded you favorably for doing so. And so now I ask you, what was it all for anyway?
Happiness? Your money or your life? Slave.
For most of you, it was never about the money. Money is just a piece of paper, a number on a screen. Its value is only backed up by our belief in its value. From the very start, this was never about the money. Paying off the mortgage, buying your dream car, traveling around the world, never having to worry about your financial situation, it's the freedom that you were looking for. Your destination wasn't anything monetary related. It was a feeling, a sensation, the ability to do what you want whenever you wanted without ever having to cast a thought towards, can I afford this? Have I used up all my holidays for the year? How am I going to pay the rent? Will I be able to live off my pension? What dreams will I have to sacrifice because I can't afford to pursue them? The most important lesson from this video was never about the nature of money. It was about the one valuable resource that we will have, the one resource we will never be able to reclaim: time. Is giving up a large chunk of your time towards a job that you probably don't like worth it? Is your life settled on working, coming home, watching the telly, sleeping, waking up the next day, and repeating the same cycle till you retire? How many more hours of your life do you let slip through because of this pattern? Or perhaps you're fine with that reality. Perhaps you have no other choice but to follow that path for the time being. And if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. The most you got from this video was a little entertainment and maybe a change in perspective. But there are those of you that understand the other side. Those of you that have the desire to never need to worry about money ever again. And so I feel the need to remind you, stop chasing money, chase problems and find the solution to those problems. This is the equation through which all money is found. If you desire liberty through never needing to worry about money ever again, then let solving problems be the meaningful struggle in your life. Does it mean you'll be happy at the end of the road? Does it mean you'll feel fulfilled? Only you can answer that question. But if your struggle is meaningful, then perhaps it's worth pursuing. And there it is, your equation to wealth. Of course, I missed out on a lot of intricacies in this video. The topics of business, money, entrepreneurship are far too vast for me to cover in a single video like this. But if you do want to get started on this journey, I do recommend you read the works of MJ DeMarco, who heavily inspired me to create this video. And it's also important to come back to an original point that I made at the start of this, which is that most people will not succeed for various reasons. But the most important...
This is so... the advice is so generic though. Generic advice as expected. 쓰레기고. 대학병원들이 파산한다. 꺼져 씨발아.
비대면 진료 허용에 이어서 진료 보조 간호사 제도화에도 탄력이 붙고 있습니다. 깨기에 나선 정부는
다 가짜고 다 쓰레기예요. 다 쓰레기예요. 그게 진짜 의사지. 쓰레기 가짜 의사들이요. 진짜 의사지. 다 가짜 쓰레기 의사들이야. 다 쓰레기 의사들. 다 쓰레기 의사야.
문신 시술 같은 미용 시장 개방 가능성까지 내비쳤습니다.
진짜 다 쓰레기 가짜 의사들이야.
의대 증원에 반발한 의사들이 집단 행동에 나서면서 정부가 의사들의 기득권 깨기에 나선 거라는 분석이 나옵니다. 김동욱 기자입니다.
정부는 의사들의 집단 행동으로 인한 의료 현장 혼란을 막기 위해 지난달 23일 한시적으로 비대면 진료를 전면 허용하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 여기에 진료보조, PA 간호사 제도화에도 탄력이 붙고 있습니다. 보건복지부는 지난 7일 한시적으로 응급 상황에서 심폐소생술이나 응급약물 투여를 할 수 있도록 한 간호사 업무 관련 시범사업 보완 지침을 공개했습니다. 전문 간호사는 진단서와 수술 동의서 초안 작성뿐만 아니라 중환자 대상 기관 삭간, 뇌척수액 채취 등도 할 수 있어 의사의 진료 독점이 사실상 깨지는 것 아니냐는 분석이 나옵니다.
전문의 중심의 인력 구조로 바꿔나가는 한편 숙련된 진료 지원 간호사 PA를 보다 적극적으로 활용하여 근본적인 의료 전달 체계 개편도 함께 추진해 나가겠습니다.
정부는 미용시장 개방 가능성마저 내비치고 있습니다. 의사들이 거의 진출하지 않는 분야지만 현행법상 의사에게만 허용되는 문신 시술을 비의료인에게도 개방하기 위해 연구 용역을 발주한 겁니다.
그 비필수 의료 쪽으로 많이 몰려서 피부과라든지 뭐 이런 쪽에 지금 몰리게 되는 그런 것이 문제 제기가 됐을 때 일부 그 미용, 피부 미용 부분들
MBC 뉴스 안 봐야겠네. 씨발, 김 원장인가 이 새끼 신고했다.
온갖 어이없는 대책을 남발하면서
가짜 의사들은 가차없이 싹 다 자르세요. 가차없이 싹 다 자르세요. 가짜 의사들은 가차없이 싹 다 자르세요. 가짜 의사들은 가짜 의사들은 가차없이 싹 다 자르세요. 정부는 의협 테러리스트 단체와 협상해서 정부의 테러리스트 정부는 왜 테러리스트 단체와 협상해서는 안 된다. 테러리스트 단체와 협상해서는 안 된다. 정부는 왜 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 테러리스트 단체와 협상해서는 안 된다. 테러리스트 단체와 협상해서는 안 된다. 테러리스트를 다
겨울왕국 노르웨이에서 교사와 온라인 발현은 유일한 카르텔 집단이거든. 바꿔 말하면 의협은 테러 집단이고 전국 82%의 의사들은 테러리스트라는 말이야. 멍청한 정부라면 테러 집단과 협상을 진행하겠지만 현명한 정부라면 국민들의 안전을 위해 테러 집단을 박멸해야 한다. 정부가 테러 집단 의협과 이번에도 타협하면 다음번엔 더 잔혹한 방식으로 국민들 생명을 위협할 게 뻔하겠지? 어차피 언젠가는 뿌리 뽑아야 될 거 질질 끌지 말고 빨리 뽑아버리자. 이번 위기를 기회로 이용해 선민의식과 특권의식에 쩌들어있는 전국 82%의 의사들을 다 잘라내자. 사명감이 바닥난 야.
전공의들의 집단 행동에 의사단체 전현직 간부들이 관여했는지 수사하고 있는 경찰이 노환
쓰레기. 쓰레기. 짜야게. 짜야게. 다 짜야게. trash.
전 대한의사협회장을 소환해서 조사했습니다.
노전 회장은 전공이나 의협과는 소속하지 않았다며 혐의를 부인했습니다. 김혜린 기자입니다.
노환규 전 의사협회장이 경찰에 출석했습니다. 노 전 회장은 의료법 위반 등 혐의로 경찰의 수사 선상에 오른 의협 전현직 간부 5명 중 두 번째로 소환됐습니다. 조사에 앞서 자신은 전공의 집단
나르시스트도 나르시스트도 문제 보고 나르시스트도 문제고
행동을 조장한 사실이 없다며 혐의를 부인했습니다.
저는 이번 사태와 관련해서 선배 의사로서
전공의들에 대한 안타까운 마음을 SNS를 통해서 표현한 것 외에 전공의 단체나 개인이나 또는 의사협회나 전혀 접촉한 사실이 없습니다.
10년 전 의협을 떠난 이후 의협 내부 분위기도 알지 못한다며 전공의들의 지지 의사를 표명했다는 이유로 고발을 당한 건 부당하다고 설명했습니다. 아울러 현재 상황에 대해 의료계 종사자로서 무거운 책임을 느끼고 있다며 피해를 겪고 있는 국민들께 송구하다고 덧붙였습니다. 그러면서 정부의 대규모 의대 정원 정책은 대한민국 의료를 근본적으로 붕괴시킬 위험이 있다며 비판했습니다. 정부 고발 이후 수사에 나선 경찰은 의협 전현직 지도부가 전공의들의 집단 사직을 부추겼는지 등을 살펴보고 있습니다. 앞서 집단 사직에 참여하지 않은 전공의들의 실명을 공개한 이른바 전공의 블랙리스트에 대해서도 경찰이 사실관계 확인에 나섰습니다. 이를 고발한 시민단체 관계자는 경찰에 출석해 조사를 받았습니다.
네. 확실히 뭐. 맞는 거 아니야? 저거 맞는 거 아니야? 저거 맞는 거. 절대 안 하기.
린트 마스터 쇼콜라티에의 손길로 태어난 당신을 녹인 단 하나의 초콜릿, 린도.
충남대병원 교수 93%가 근무지를 이탈한
의사들 사법조치 시 국민들 행송났습니다.
에게 사법조치
또한 경쟁이야 의혹이 발전하고 의혹이 반갑된다. 쓰레기 세대. 쓰레기야. 엄청 멍청해. 되게 멍청해.
그러니까 취해질 경우에 사직서
욕하고 욕은 다 하고 그럼 씨발. 쓰레기야. 너가 쓰레기라고.
이틀 등의 행동에 나서겠다는 설문 결과가 나왔습니다. 충남대 의대 교수 등으로 구직자 중 93%에 해당하는 294명이 찬성했습니다. 비대위는 이른 T란에 긴급 총회를 열고 구체적인 행동 방식을 논의할
Report. Harmful dangerous acts.
인구 규모만으로 의료 수요를 설명하는 것은 매우 단편적인 접근입니다. 의료 수요는 고령화, 소득, 만성 질환자 증가 등 복합적 요인이 작용합니다. 한국은 세계에서 가장 빠른 고령화를 겪고 있으며 2035년에는 노인 인구가 1,500만 명, 전체 인구의 30%를 차지하게 될 것입니다. 이에 따라 의료 수요도 폭발적으로 증가할 것으로 예상됩니다. 21년 기준 65세 이상 노인의 입원 일수는 30, 40대와 비교하여 11배나 높습니다. 이러한 추세로 볼 때 2035년에는 입원 수요만 45% 증가할 것으로 예상됩니다. 또한 의료 수요에 큰 영향을 미칩니다. 국민 소득이 1% 증가할 때 의료비는 0.8에서 1% 정도 증가한다는 연구 결과가 있습니다. 이렇듯 인구 규모의 변화만으로 의료 수요를 판단할 수 없다는 것은 명백합니다. 인구 규모 대비 의사가 증가했다는 주장은 의대 정원 증원 필요성을 애써 부인하려는 것입니다.
Dropshipping. Brokey days. 김현철 교수 봤지? 저런 사람이 진짜 교수.
전공의들이 의료 현장을 떠난 지도 벌써 19일째가 된 가운데 의료 현장에 혼란이 이어지고 있습니다. 정부는 일탈 전공의들에 대한 압박 수위를 높이고 의대 교수들도 직장 행동에 나설 조짐을 보이면서 강대강 대치가 이어지는 상황인데요. 자세한 내용 취재 기자 연결해 들어보겠습니다. 김주영 기자.
네, 서울대병원에 나와 있습니다. 현재까지 전체 전공의의 93% 에 달하는 12,000명가량이 병원을 떠난 걸로 집계됐는데요. 이로 인한 의료 현장의 공백도 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다. 보건복지부는 지난 5일부터 이탈 전공의들에게 면허정지 사전 통지서를 보내고 있는데요. 이르면 다음 주 초쯤 근무지 이탈 전공의 전원에게 사전 통지서가 발송될 예정입니다. 통지서를 받은 전공의들은 오는 25일까지 의견을 제출해야 합니다. 정부가 이탈 전공의들에 대한 압박 수위를 높이자 전국 의대 교수들도 집단행동 움직임에 나섰습니다. 아주대에서는 교육부의 의대 신입생 정원 증원 요청에 반발해 의대 교수들이 비대위를 구성하는 등 집단행동에 나섰습니다.
지랄한다.
아주대 측은 교육부의 의대 입학 정원을 기존 40명에서 144명으로 증원해달라고 요청했는데 의대 교수들은 학교 여건을 고려하면 내년까지 늘릴 수 있는 신입생 정원은 최대 60명이라고 주장하고 있습니다. 앞서 5대 상급 종합병원인 서울 아산병원이 포함된 울산의대 교수들도 사직서를 제출하기로 뜻을 모았습니다. B5 병원 교수협의회의 연대 움직임도 있는 가운데 전국 의대 교수들은 오늘 비공개 총회를 열어
욕하는.
사직을 포함한 대응을 다 같이 논의하기로 했습니다.
경찰은 의료 공백 사태와 관련해 의사협회 전 현직 간부들에 대한 수사를 벌이고 있죠.
네, 그렇습니다. 노환규 전 대한의사협회 회장은 오늘 오전 10시 경찰에 출석해 조사를 받고 있습니다. 사흘 전 주수호 의협 비대위 언론홍보위원장이 처음 경찰에 출석해 10시간가량 조사를 받은 이후 경찰의 의협 간부 조사는 이번이 두 번째입니다. 이들은 전공의들의 사직서 제출을 지지하고 법률적으로 지원하면서 집단 행동을 부추겼다는 혐의를 받고 있습니다. 노 전 회장은 SNS에 정부 정책에 대한 소신을 담은 글을 올렸을 뿐이라며 단체, 개인과 접촉한 사실은 없다고 밝혔습니다. 경찰은 오는 12일에는 김태구 의협 비대위원장 등 의협 전현직 간부 5명을 차례로 조사할 예정입니다. 지금까지 서울대병원에서 연합뉴스TV 김주영입니다.
지랄한다. 댓글 부대. 전공이들 댓글 부대. 전공이들 댓글 부대.
안녕하세요, 김경열입니다. 지난번 영상이 신문과 방송에 많이 노출되면서 제가 연락을 많이 받았는데 저는 였죠. 그리고 이전에는 최근 박민수 차관님께서 말씀하셨듯이 의료 대란을 대형 병원의 중증 응급 환자 진료는 큰 차질이 없습니다. 아직까지는. 반면 한산했던 지역 2차 종합병원들은 내원 환자가 늘어나면서 그리고 마지막 세 번째가 OECD 평균 정도의 수가 있는데 전공의 선생님들이 사직한 지 겨우 3주 만에 한 가지 조건이 달성됐습니다. 정부가 노력하면 이렇게 금방 할 수 있는 걸 왜 이때까지 안 한 걸까? 나름의 사정이 있겠죠. 어쨌든 한 가지 우리나라 의료 시스템은 저수가로 인해 많습니다. 의학분업 사태 때는 전 참의사, 직장인, 학교 선생님들까지 의대 입시에 뛰어들고 있습니다. 혼란스럽네요. 지금 사태가 어떻게 끝날지 모르겠지만 한 가지 확실한 건 있습니다. 다시는 예전으로 돌아갈 수 없다. 지금 언론과 대중에 의해서 악마화되고 조롱받고 있는 전공의 선생님 부분이 투트랙으로 진행될 거라고 생각하는데 제가 봤을 때
지랄한다.
특별히 여유가 받으실 수 있을 것 같다.
계속 이러던데. 개소리 들어오고. 소리 집어치워. 잡소리 들어온다. 씨발놈의 새끼. 잡소리 들어오는데 쓰레기 새끼.
전공이 집단 사직에 동참하지 않도록 현장에 남은 전공이 명단이 온라인 커뮤니티에 공개된 것과 관련해 경찰이 구속 수사를 언급하며 강경 대응 방침을 밝혔습니다. 7일 경찰청은 이날 정상적인 의료 활동 보호를 위한 경찰청 입장 자료를 내고 정상 진료와 진료 목표를 방해하는 일체 행위에 대해 법과 절차에 따라 단호하게 대응해 나가겠다고 밝혔습니다. 경찰청은 최근 복귀한 전공의와 의대 증원에 찬성하는 의사들의 실명을 의사 커뮤니티 등에 올리는 이른바 색출 작업과 이에 대한 협박성 댓글 및 따돌림 등이 발생하고 있다며 직장인 임명 커뮤니티에 복귀하고 싶지만 불이익, 눈초리 등이 두려워 어쩔 수 없이 집단 행동에 참여하고 있다는 글도 확인된다고 말했습니다. 그러면서 복귀한 전공의 등의 실명을 게시하는 행위나 협박성 댓글은 형사처벌될 수 있는 엄연한 범죄 행위로 보고 중간 행위자에 대해서는 구속 수사를 추진하는 등 신속하고 엄정하게 대응하겠다고 강조했습니다. 경찰청은 또 제약회사 영업사원 등을 상대로 불필요한 행위를 강요하고 불법 리베이트를 제공받는 불법 행위에 대해서도 첩보 수집을 대폭 강화하겠다며 불법이 확인되거나 관련 고소, 고발 등이 있는 경우 즉시 수사에 착수해 엄정 수사하겠다고 덧붙였습니다. 앞서 의사 및 의대생이 사용하는 한 인터넷 커뮤니티에는 전환 가능한 참의사 전공이 리스트라는 글이 올라왔습니다. 이 글에는 전국의 70여 개 수련 병원별로 의료 현장을 떠나지 않은 전공의들의 소속과 관련 특이사항으로 추정되는 정보, 이름, 출신, 학교 등이
의사 집단 이기주의 국가가 치러야 할 질병입니다. 이후 간호사나 의사와 똑같은 대우받고 서로 존중하고 자기 편 안 들어준다고 매도하고 욕하고 비난하는 진짜 무관한 사람도 안 하는 행동입니다. 성의 정당성과 명분 본인들이 없어버리네. 그러니까 지들이 일 안 한다고 열심히 환자들 돌보는 동료 의사에게 이직거리하는 의사에게 양아치 적극 수준이네. 강력히 쳐버려요.
오늘 정부의 대응은 두 갈래로 나왔습니다. 먼저 정상적으로 근무하는 의료진을 따돌리거나 공격하면 엄정 수사하겠다. 또 진료 차질을 메우기 위해 간호사 업무 범위를 늘려주겠다는 겁니다. 의사협회는 발끈했습니다. 변윤재 기자가 보다.
한덕수 국무총리 의료계의 집단 따돌림 논란을 콕 집어 비난했습니다. 이탈하지 않은 전공의들을 공개하고 공격하는 행위에 엄정 대응하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 경찰의 법적 조치에 나설 것을 지시했고 보건복지부에는 보호신고센터를 설치하도록 했습니다.
현장에 복귀한 전공의들의 실명과 출신 학교를 온라인에 공개하고 여러 명이 모인 단톡방에서 공공연히 따돌리고 괴롭히는 사례도 있다고 합니다. 정부는 이러한 행태를 절대 좌시하지 않겠습니다.
간호사들에게 일부 의사 업무를 허용한 데 대해 논란이 일자 정부는 의료 정상화를 위해 합법적 범위에서 추진하고 있다고 밝혔습니다. 또 간호법 재추진을 공식 요구한 간호협회의 의견을 반영하겠다고 강조했습니다. 전공의들에 대한 지원 대책도 다시 내놨습니다. 매달 100만 원씩 수련 비용을 지원하고 근무 시간도 24시간으로 제한하겠다는 겁니다. 다만 진료 차질에 따른 불안감을 의식한 듯 현재 의료 대란 상황은 아니라고 강조했습니다.
중증 응급 환자는 평시 대비 큰 변동 없이 유지되고 있습니다. 일각에서 제기하는 의료 대란이라는 표현은 과장된 것입니다.
정부의 이딴 대책에 의사협회는 어이가 없다며 일축했습니다.
위태하지만 잘 유지되고 있던 현 시스템에서 마치던 기능을 잘라낸 것도 정부이고 시스템이 무너지려 하자 온갖 어이없는 대책을 남변하면서 수습하려고 하는 것도 정부입니다.
의사협회는 또 파업 불참 전공의들을 색출하라고 요구했다는 의협의 문서는 위조된 거라며 일부에서 가짜뉴스를 퍼뜨리고 있다고 비난했습니다.
MBC 보지 말아야겠네. 그럼 전공의들은 환자 생명 가지고 협박하는 게 요새냐? 테러리스트지. 테러리스트지.
정부가 의료 현장을 이탈한 전공의들에게 면허 정지 사전 통지서를 보내는 등 압박의 수위를 높이고 있습니다.
전공의들에 대한 처분이 임박한 가운데 의대 교수들의 반발도 커지고 있습니다. 김주영 기자입니다.
집단사직한 전공의들이
아니요. (18년)
이 대부분 복귀하지 않으면서 환자들의 불편은 이어지고 있습니다. 의료 현장에 혼란이 이어지고 있는 가운데 정부는 이탈 전공의들에 대한 행정처분에 속도를 내고 있습니다. 정부는 업무 개시 명령에도 의료 현장에 돌아오지 않은 전공의들에게 조만간 1차 면허정지 사전통지서 발송을 마무리할 예정입니다. 통지서를 받은 전공의들은 오는 25일까지 의견을 제출해야 합니다. 전공의들에 대한 정부의 처분이 임박한 가운데 전국 의대 교수들의 반발도 커지고 있습니다. 아주대 의대 교수들은 교육부의 의대 정원 증원 요청에 반발해 비상대책위원회를 꾸렸습니다. 아주대 측은 교육부의 의대 입학 정원을 기존 40명에서 144명으로 증원해달라고 요청했는데 의대 교수들은 학교 여건을 고려하면 내년까지 늘릴 수 있는 신입생 정원은 최대 60명이라며 대립하고 있습니다. 이미 5대 상급 종합병원인 서울 아산병원이 포함된 울산의대 교수들이 사직서를 제출하기로 뜻을 모은 상황. 이른바 B5 병원 교수협의회가 연대할 가능성이 있는 데다 전국 의대 교수들도 대응 방안을 고심하고 있습니다. 대다수의 전공의들이 의료 현장으로
18년 전공의들. 댓글 부대로. 직업 전형있네. 전공의들 댓글 부대로 직업 전형있네. Five minutes MBC 보지 말아야겠네. 우리들 댓글 부대로 직업 전형있네. 전공의들 댓글 부대로 직업 전형. Oh, baby. 쓰레기 새끼. They're gonna get reported, man. I don't want to see it again. 그 스팸이 왜 이렇게 많은지 모르겠어. 쓰레기 나라. 이거 18년에 18년.
맞다는 것입니다.
잡소리 좀 하네. 시민들의 화도 나요. 저들이 사무치고 말하고 정부랑 똘똘 뭉쳐서 욕하고 살인자로 지랄하고 있어서. 살인자 맞지? 살인. 생명 가지고 진짜 생명 가지고 협박하는 게 테러리스트. 살인자 맞지? 환자 생명 가지고 협박하는 게 테러리스트랑 뭐가 다르냐? 테러리스트랑 뭐가 다르냐? 지금 협박하는 게. 미친 의사들 때문에 국민만 피해 보는군. 머저리 의사들 때 머저리 의사들 때문에 국민 피해 보는군. 머저리 의사들 때문에 머저리 의사들 머저리 야 머저리 새끼야. 야 띨띠라 이게 띨띠라 띨띠라. 하는 게 걔네. 빙신쿵을 모르고. 능지도 개. 능지가 개. 씨발. 멈춰봐. 제발. 야, 이 씨발아. 씨발아. 이 씨발. 카리텔이 오히려 공산주의 같은데. 이래도 공산주의 같은데. 공산주의 같은데. 지랄. 아주 지랄해. 빙신 공예별로 나 혼자 했었네. 아저씨 뭐라니? You're getting reported. 씨발놈의 새끼들.
이제 시작합니다. 저는 김정민입니다. 정부가 병원을 떠나고 있는 의사들을 경향해 강력한 압박책을 내놨습니다. 의사들이 독점하던 진료를 포함한 의료보행이 상당수를 간호사들도 할 수 있도록 문을 열겠다는 겁니다. 자, 이제 응급 상황이 벌어지면 간호사도 심폐소생술, 응급약 투약 등을 할 수 있고 또 전문 간호사들은 수술 부위 봉합도 할 수 있습니다. 전무의가 92.8% 근무지를 이탈하고 돌아올 수가 없자
의사들 밥그릇 챙기려다가 간호사 밥그릇 커지네. 그러니까.
잠시만 하는 것도 아니고 아예 정착시키겠다는 게 정부 입장입니다. 첫 소식 국난입니다.
미국이나 유럽에서는 실제 추가 배우받는 전문 간호사들이 예전부터 배우던 일입니다. 국민들 민심 잃고 있는 양사 의사 맥스님들 의사 정원 늘리는 것도 참성이고. 의사 맥스. 그러니까 의사도 반성해. 그러니까 그걸 누가 좋아하겠어. 그러니까 환자들 지킨 의사들 명단 박제한다네요. 생각보다 인생 개차반 애들이 많아서요. 진짜 간호법 통과시키자 할 땐 안 하더니 이제서. 그러니까 시스템 개선해야 돼. 존나 세다 이분 정도. 존나 세다 이분 정도. 너희야 둘 다한테 용쳐오는 세다 이번 정도.
정부가 간호사도 가능하다고 제시한 부분은 10개 분야 98개 진료 행위입니다. 숙련도와 자격에 따라 전문 간호사, 전담 간호사
의사들 본인들이 개지랄하면서 어거지로 시켜내던 거 이번에 억지 부리다가 베끼네.
일반 간호사로 나눴고 진료 행위마다 교육 훈련과 의무 사항도 명시했습니다.
수술실 CCTV도 설치.
환자 심폐소생술, 응급 약물 투여, 초음파, 코로나19 검사를 할 수 있게 됐습니다. PA 간호사라 불리는 전담 간호사와 추가 시험을 통과한 전문 간호사들은 위임된 약물 처방이 가능하고 수술 부위 봉합까지 할 수 있습니다.
미국 의료에서 배울 점은 가져와야지.
해오던 진단서와 수술 초안 등도 작성하게 됩니다.
적극적으로 지지합니다.
문제가 발생하면 최종 법적 책임은 의료기관 장이 지게 됩니다.
보안 지침은 내일 3월 8일부터 시행되며 보건복지부 내에 간호사 업무 범위 검토위원회를 구성하여 현장 질의에 신속히 대응해 나가겠습니다.
이 같은 간호사 업무 확대 시범 사업을 아예 제도화하는 것도 검토하겠다고 정부는 밝혔습니다. 전공의 사직으로 장기화된 의료 공백에 의사들의
똑같이 행동했을 것 같아. 당신도 똑같이. 솔직히 당신도 똑같이 행동했을 것 같아. 얘는 똑같이 행동했을 것 같아.
진료행위 독점 실태를 사실상 무너뜨리는 셈입니다. 이런 강경한 통보 방침에도 현장을 이탈한 전공의들은 좀처럼 복귀하지 않고 있습니다. 어제 오전 11시 기준 100개 수련병원 전공의의 91.8%인 11,219명이 미복귀했습니다. 채널A 뉴스
이번 쪽은 한다면 한다. 댓글 부대로 지금 전화를. 댓글 부대로 지금 전화.
네, 계속되는 의료 공백을 메우기 위해 정부가 진료 지원, PA 간호사 카드를 내세웠습니다. 그동안 대형병원에서 음성적으로 일하던 PA 간호사를 이번에 시범 사업을 거쳐서
이새들 몰려와서 댓글 공작하는 거 대기원.
사회적 탁구 황민지 기자에게 가능성은 있는지 한번 알아보겠습니다. 자, 황 기자, PA 간호사 아직은 좀 낯선 용어인데요. 어떤 일을 하는지 설명 좀 해주시죠. 네, 이 PA 간호사는 피지션 어시스턴트, 진료 보조 간호사를 말합니다. 병원마다 테크니션, 임상 전담 간호사 등 부르는 이름도 제가
우리는 댓글 부대로 직업증.
알려지긴 했지만 사실 이 PA 간호사는 2000년 전후로 일부 대형 병원의 외과, 흉부외과 등 인력난이 심한 과에서 의사 업무 일부를 맡았고요. 이 PA 간호사가 없으면 수술방이 돌아가지 않는다, 이런 말이 나오기도 하는 게 현실입니다. 다만 현행 의료법상 근거가
참의사 전공의 목록 제보를 부탁드린다. 의사와 의대생이 쓰는 온라인 커뮤니티에 올라오는 글입니다. 소속과와 병원명, 의사 이름 일부러 보이는 정보까지 쓰여 있습니다. 의료공백 사태 속에서 현장을 지키는 전공의들을 참의사라고 조롱하며 공개 저격하는 내용입니다. 관련 제보가 댓글에서도 이어졌고 온갖 욕설이 달렸습니다. 자신을 복귀하고 싶은 전공의라고 소개하며 직장인 커뮤니티에 글을 올린 사람. 파업에 동의하지 않지만 의사 집단으로부터 당할 불이익이 무서워 어쩔 수 없이 참여하고 있다고 썼습니다. 정부는 환자 곁으로 돌아가고 싶어도 눈치를 보는 의사들이 있는 게 안타깝다며 이들을 보호하겠다는 입장을 냈습니다. 경찰도 복귀한 전공의 등의 실명을 게시하거나 협박성 댓글을 쓰는 행위는 엄연한 범죄. 안녕하세요, 김일.
싫어. 이제 댓글 부대로 직업 찬양했네. 뭐지? Actually, I have visited several nearby countries. Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand quite often. Ah, wow. Nice. I'm thinking of Asian. Thinking of living my life traveling and exploring in other Asian countries. What about Europe? But the cost of living is expensive. Vietnam. If I go to Europe, I need to acquire citizenship in that case. Asian countries, if you can manage expenses, finance expenses. Once I leave Korea, after leaving Korea, the cost of living is expensive. You would also need to acquire citizenship in that case, but even if you can manage your expenses, can do try a lot of things, or even settle down. A lot of Koreans I've seen a lot of go to Vietnam. Thinking of living my life traveling and exploring other Asian countries after leaving Korea. Thought about Europe, but the cost of living is expensive. We also need to acquire citizenship in that case. But Asian countries, if you manage your expenses, you can try a lot of things or even settle down. I've seen a lot of Koreans in Vietnam as well. 근데 모르겠어. 삼사오. 리 분사 리 분사 자부심을 가지라는 지랄. 도망쳐왔다니까. 도망쳐왔어. 아, 씨파라, 야, 씨파라, 씨파라. 아, 목말라. 8:05.
얼마나 아픈데? 今から君をアスミアにダイブさせるよ。
So, Mark, I've just finished a book called Money Matrix, and I know you love to talk about money and the system, and I think you've got some, maybe, should we call them controversial views around money? So, do you think there's some kind of money matrix at play, where there's a system that most people don't know about around money that doesn't serve the populace?
I don't necessarily think there is a money matrix, as you put it there. I think we're kept very much in the dark as to what we can do with money, that's for sure. I mean, when you think about it, you go to school and you're taught to become a cog in a wheel to earn money, and at no point are you actually told what you should do with that money or how you can increase your money or make your money work for you. And I think most people think about money in the wrong way. Most people think about earning money to spend money. They don't think about earning money to make money from that money. And if they did, it would be a whole different place. And it certainly improved a lot of people's lives. So, you know, rather than going out and spending 10 grand that you saved up that you then got to save up again, you're obviously better off to save 10 grand, invest it wisely, make it mature into a bigger amount of money, and then spend your 10 grand, and it's only a small impact on what you've grown. And it's all about, I suppose for me, planting those seeds of money which will grow into the money tree that they say doesn't exist, because they always say money doesn't grow on trees. Well, if you plant enough seeds, you'll grow a big enough tree, and you'll be able to live off the fruit that that tree yields. So that's the way I've always looked at it from, I'd say, a fairly young age. It was different. Everyone was different. You know, there'd be the kid that played up, there'd be the kid that joked around, there'd be the kid that sat down quietly in the corner. But they mould you into what they want to be the same thing coming out the other end, so that you can serve the system as it is. And that's been the same since Rockefeller invented the schooling system that we've adopted and kept with them. If you to it, will block it.
Really?
Why?
They money.
Well, they're not even lending your money, are they? They're lending money that doesn't exist, which is a whole new thing. And
It doesn't exist. They print it out of nothing.
Yeah.
They give it, they charge it to you with interest, and then you give it back to them and they earn it.
쓸모 있는 건 죽어도 안 알려주던. 아우, 씨발, 그런 거 죽어도 안 알려주던. 부동산이면 주식 투자면 쓸모 있는 거 죽어도 안 알려줘. 죽어도 안 알려. 정작 쓸모 있는 거 죽어도 안 알려주다니. 쓰레기도. 죽어도 안 알려줘. 뭐 이런 건 또도 안 말해. They don't know money, that's why they don't teach you. 그래 지금 들어와가지고 아우 Oh my fan so fan 8-11 don't teach money. Is the banking system a fraud? Banking system haram? Infinite money glitch. Fractional reserve banking. Fractional reserve banking. Fucking fractional reserve. Fractional reserve bank. Fucking banks, bro. 아무것도 안 알려줘. 왜 안 알려주는 거냐, 씨발. 주식 투자면 부동산이면 왜 안 알려줘? 설득 그런 건 안 알려줘. 죽어도 안 알려줘. 설득력 높이는 방법. 주식 투자면 부동산이 주식 투자 이런 거 죽어도 안 알려주다. 합시다. Oh shit. Fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Yeah, where the fuck are you gonna use the Pythagoras theorem? It's gotta be applicable, right? Nowhere. How is money created? How is money created? Everything you need to know. Banks run the world. It's the fucking central banks. Central banks that run the central banks. 어디에서 배우냐? 그럼 어디에서 배우냐? 그럼 어디에서 배우는 거야? 주식. 진짜 쓸모있는 스케줄 못 가고. 주식, 부동산, 크립토 이런 건 어디에서 배우는 거야? 블록체인 이거 배우고 싶은데. I want to learn about blockchain. Blockchain. Yeah, real estate, stocks, blockchain, these aren't broke, these are real shit, you know? Real shit, man. Real shit. Fuck your passions, right? The market doesn't care about your passions, man. Bank of Korea. Central bank. Central banks. Investment bankers, how they earn their 500K bonuses. Reset.